All right. It is Monday, start of the week. We are all patiently waiting for the roadmap. For the roadmap. Um, hopefully, we can get a roadmap soon. I do know some people were saying that like, well, according to what they said on the forums, we're supposed to get it this week. No. They specified that we would get it before the update. That's people and people forget the update's not the 7th. It's probably the 14th because that's when this event ends. So technically they do have another week, but I do feel like the longer they wait to at least tell us like what their plans for April are in full, people are gonna lose their minds. But anyway, that's kind of the stuff that's outside of our control. So let's look at what's in our control. Today we're opening 60 plus card packs. I saved up from the card packs from the event and from the card packs from the login rewards, and then I've gotten a couple extra ones along the way. So we have like 63 card packs to open, like random ones. Then we have 4 rare card packs, an epic card pack, an uncommon card pack, and a legendary card pack. Which will open later. I'll open it when I'm done with the dailies on my scrapper. So we'll see how lucky we are today. So we know we're at least getting one legendary card out of today's attempts. So the real question is, what is the what's the legendary we'll get? We might not get lucky with what legendary we get, but at least we'll know we get a legendary today. So that's gonna be good. But we're just gonna start off, do the scrapper dailies. I like starting off on the scrapper because get the pain and suffering out of the way, like, sooner rather than later. Because basically, with my luck on honing, I've only really been able to get like one piece of gear up like every like 2 days worth of materials. So we're at 1352 right now, slowly making our way up. I'm saving my I'm gonna start using my books from like plus 12 on the weapon, and then I think I'll save them for plus 13 to 15 on the armor. And so as you can see, we have like 3 pieces of gear at plus 12 and then 3 pieces of gear at plus 11. So I don't know if I'll get enough stuff today for the weapon because it takes so many destruction stones to get. So we're probably just gonna try to get the pants and the chest piece to plus 12 today, hopefully. I think I started on the pants. I think I did the pants a couple times, so it has some pity energy saved up. But yeah, so we'll just make sure everything is proper. Okay, that's right. We're gonna start it off with the Grexion, because Grexion's he's not too bad. I've slowly started being able to get a better hang of him. I still do some mistakes here and there, but I think I have a decent grasp on like his mechanics, but now it's just remembering to do those mechanics. So we'll see how we got a paladin this time. Very nice, very nice. Like Grexion's like definitely a lot easier with support, just to because they a lot of times like will cleanse, or they'll one of you needs to go down. None of us flared. We have no idea where he is. Oh, he's right here. They'll cleanse, so it makes a lot of his stuff more manageable. So, and then the shields, they just it'll be helpful for dealing with is it weird? Does the game look kind of weird today? Oh, I thought I could get out of that. And there goes my adrenaline stacks because I hesitated on leaving or staying. So one thing to note is, at least with the cooldown I have on my charging blow by itself basically keeps my adrenaline stacks going. Boom! I've never been able to get that counter attack off. It's so satisfying. I've always been like in the wrong spot for it, so nice to be able to like right time, right place kind of thing. I've also started as a scrapper. I feel that I feel that using your double dash is a bit of a bait. Like, yes, you have it, but you should probably like save it for like huge AoEs to get out of. Like, you need to get out of an AoE right now, and because it puts it on like a 10-second cooldown if you use it like double dash panic, and you won't have it back when you actually need it most of the times if you double dash compared to if you just single dash, because if you single dash it's on a 5-second cooldown, so that's definitely up more often. Really? Root. Yeah, he's pretty easy. The biggest thing to remember about Egrexion is when he gets staggered, you need to run out, because he'll slam like instantly. And then when he's in fire mode, you need to run out and then immediately run back in, because in fire mode he does the slam near him, and then he does a slam. Oh shit, that's not the button I want to push. Then he does a slam away from him. So. Or no, he does like, yeah, he does a slam near him, and then he'll do the slam like in the area that was safe before when he's in fire mode. So you gotta like charge back in. Yeah, I thought I could get out of that in time. Unfortunate. We get out. We get back in. So when he's so remember in fire mode when he does that, when you stagger him, you definitely want to come out, and then instantly like after he does the oh, that missed. Unfortunate. And then after he does the, the first stomp, you want to get in there and get that second stomp, or to evade that second stomp. You can also like get farther away from him, I think, because I think it just does it in the safety ring. I think that should have still worked. Yes. Pheromone bombs. They speed up this, they speed up Egrexion a shit ton because you don't have to chase him across the map anymore. Not to mention, if you're doing the Mari shop, like a utility box, alright, so here's the fire thing, right? He's gonna do the close stomp, but then he's gonna follow up by doing a stomp, the explosion in the safe area. But if you're doing the Mari shop, like utility shop, chest purchase, I don't suggest getting flares out of those. I suggest getting the pheromone bombs, because it's basically more bang for your buck. Alright, this one's kind of a pain. Okay. I've learned! See that, Riv? I learned. I know how to dodge that shit now, even though I'm gonna eat this. Let's see. Okay, the adrenaline stacks are still good. Yeah, this is pretty good. Pretty good so far. Nice. Quick and easy. Yeah, pheromone bombing him when he goes into whatchamacallit, like as he's going into fire mode, because I've realized that you only have when he's charging to throw the pheromone bomb at Egrexion. As soon as he starts digging, his model's technically already gone. So oh shit, I got carried. God damn. I'll take it. I'm not complaining. Easy Egrexion's easy life, baby. But yeah, so Egrexion, if you want to pheromone bomb him, you need to do it while he's charging, because if you wait till he starts digging, the game already registers his model has left, and so your pheromone bomb just misses. So kind of annoying, but he's not the only boss like that. Armored Nakrasena does the same exact shit, and it gets really annoying pretty quickly. Where as soon as she starts digging, the game registers her model is just gone. So that's why she can be pretty slow to like. She can get pretty annoying if she starts spamming her dig, because the game, like the server, already registers her model is just gone when she starts. Just as soon as she starts the animation, the server's already moved her model underground. So to you on your screen, she's still above ground, but in reality, she's underground. So it's not bad. Or I mean, it's annoying. But for Grexion, you at least have you know, all DPS, but we should be able to do this. But for Grexion, you have that charging point to take. The caveat being you don't get stuck in an animation, because there's a couple times like he'll do it as I'm trying to like death rattle or something, and first of all it makes me sad because he takes reduced damage while he's element changing, and then trying to get off at an angle. And then it'll animation lock me because a lot of times I'll be out of oh shit, I thought I could finish getting that off. But so yeah, so you have to be kind of mindful because animation locks, especially as a shock scrapper, are really long. So if you don't have your dodge to like cancel out of them, oh no, no. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. That was close. So speaking of animation being really fucking long, that could have gone badly because I don't think we would have made that stagger check. And that deals a lot of damage if you stay in it. I do know I had like a party member who was like, hey, that's he was like, morons, that's a stagger check. It's like, I've never seen anybody do that stagger check. Like, everybody always leaves. And I think even in like KR, they don't do that stagger check. Because it's really hard. And oh my god, really? You really have to dodge my death rattle, you punk? But to be fair though, I haven't seen very many people who do Grexion in KR. I know I've been watching some like people who do like some destroyer videos recently, and a couple of them did a Grexion as a showcase, and even in there they didn't try to stagger him out of this. They just ran out, let him do his thing, and then they oh, he got staggered, but he didn't do the stomp. That's weird. I think maybe we did it too close together. Oh, I didn't notice he got staggered there. But that's not bad. Pretty good, pretty good. I think most people get a Grexion pretty quick. He's kind of one of those Guardian raids where his mechanics can be pretty punishing, but once you get the hang of them, they're not that bad, and they're even relatively easy. His hardest mechanic to kind of get used to is his like ground stuff. So in fire mode, he does this like giant like stomp out, which then like you have to like leave the area he hits, and then you have to run back into that area. He kind of does it in earth mode too, but in earth mode, he's it's not as dangerous because in fire mode, when he does it, it does 2 earth spikes out of the area, so you get hit twice. While in earth mode, he kind of just does it once, and it's so okay, so here in fire mode again, he does 1 inside, and then oh, that was just bad luck. He had 2 mechanics like stacking on top of each other there, because even though we staggered him out of his like breath charge thing, since he had already done the animation, the like fire pylons still came out of the ground. That's a little unfortunate. Oh, this is a pretty bad spot. Oh, Grexion, why you do this to me? I just want to beat the shit out of you. Is that too hard to ask? Alright, 1, and then jump back in. Yeah. Oh, somebody was cracked, and that definitely was not me. Maybe the Deathblade? Or whoever was that ran back? I know someone came in with the wrong build. But yeah, but even then, pheromone, if you want to do quick Agrexions, pheromone bombs. Easy. Oh, that was just like 9 seconds off of my fastest. Alright, so who carried? Oh, no, we all just did a lot of damage. Because they staggered a lot, but this basically means that these two did like probably 50 plus, almost 60% of the damage, because fighter is like 22-30%, so they both probably did like 28-29% each, and then me and the other DPS probably did like in the high 10s to make up the rest of it. Yeah, that was actually a pretty good split. Even though we did get a lot of staggers, I was kind of surprised how many staggers we got off. Garbage for loot though. That's the only thing I like about Agrexion, because they changed him to they changed him to 1340, because like in the other regions I'm thinking he's like 1325, Yoho is 1340, and then like Velganus is 1370. He's 1340, and according to this, you're supposed to be getting purples, but all I ever fucking get from him are blues, because I think his loot table is still like tied to 1325, which would make sense, because like at 1302 you get blues, 1325 you get blues, but you have a chance at purples, 1340 you get purples with a chance at legendaries, and then 1370 you get legendaries. So if they left their like loot tables as is, like accessory wise, that's kind of fucking annoying, because I get more purples from my whatchamacalls them, from chaos dungeons than I do from my guardian raids, which is kind of odd. Can't even. I'm still mad that you get those like purple maps from hunting before. Oh, sweet, it's Chromanium. That's a win. Before you can even use them, because you need to be level 30 hunting, and I only got to level 20 recently. I've been doing a lot of hunting recently because for tier 3, you don't. Once you finish, alright, fine, I'll do it myself, because nobody ever wants to throw flares. Everybody just sits and waits. Like, people throw flares. For tier 3, you need a lot of fusion materials, and you don't really have, like, a steady source of, there's no, like, quests that'll give it to you once you're done with, like, Punica. I think maybe we'll get more in South Vern, but South Vern is, like, next month, so, doesn't do me any good. Do you really just leave? Oh. Romanium, get your ass back here. I feel like, I don't know what they did, like, before, at least with, like, Nacrocena and Chromanium, in the first 2 days, like, they would come to you. Like, as soon as you started fighting, they would just show up. But now, ever since Calventus, like, you have to go hunting for the monster, and it's kind of annoying. It's like, it's just weird. Like, where did Chromanium go? Like, he was here, we showed up, and he's like, nah, I'm out, peace, see you guys later. And the point is, it slows this down really hard, when you don't have the buffs. There we go. Chromanium, why'd you leave? Nice. What else has? Alright, this has destruction. I forget what it has and what doesn't have destruction on shock, because taijutsu, like, everything has destruction on it. Oh my god, what did I get stuck in there? Like, I was trying to, like, spacebar, and it didn't, like, it didn't move my character. My character was like, nah, I'm just gonna sit here. I like it, it's comfy. Ooh, baby. These buffs are sexy. This is also why I do my hunts, my regular ones, before doing the event ones, mostly because Going from like overpowered in the event to like the regular ones feels kind of bad. Oh, he doesn't throw the orb in the event. I still like Arnold. I kind of wish we could get him like as a mount or something. I think his model's really cool. Oh, I didn't realize Dino was a paladin. And then on you. Go over here. Come on, quick. Ooh, that's fine. Yeah, you put me in the back position, so I shall take it. The other one didn't leave. Oh my god, never mind. My adrenaline stacks are just gone. The one thing I hate about this map is your adrenaline stacks just gone. Like, don't even like. I hope you didn't want them anymore, because when you have to change spots more often than not, the stairs doesn't last long enough to whatchamacallit. The stairs last just long enough that your adrenaline stacks fall off just as you're getting up out of them. I'm tired of you. Oh. That was 40 million. That was nice. Grab the rest of these. It's not so bad when you have to go down. It's always when you go up. Whenever you have to climb on any map, like the climb always takes so long that even if you refresh your adrenaline stacks just before climbing, it'll always still fall off. So it's like really annoying. Especially because like in regular stuff, you're not, you know, I don't have a 2-second cooldown on my charging blow on regular things. So when you're just trying to do the regular stuff, it's like, oh my god. And you know, and then your adrenaline falls off on a class that's not like Deadeye or Striker, because Striker has a 3-chain move where every time you push the button, it counts as like separate moves for the whatchamacallit, in regards to adrenaline. Like adrenaline reads chain moves as separate moves, so if you run a adrenaline on a class with chain moves, you'll get a stack for everyone. So Striker's really good for that. And then Deadeye just has 20 bajillion gun moves, because why the fuck not? So you always have buttons you can push, and there has like 2 really low cooldown moves in the grenade and the spiral tracker. So it's really easy to maintain adrenaline on a what do I need for this? 1555. Yeah, we're not getting that today. And even if we do, it's whatever. But yeah, it's really easy. I think so. Gunslinger, I think, is also another easy one to do adrenaline, but I don't think they use adrenaline. I think they use something else. I think War Dancer might be one. It's easy to have adrenaline on. I don't know. I haven't played a War Dancer. Scrapper's not too bad. Taijutsu is definitely a lot easier, in my opinion, to keep adrenaline active on, simply because it has a lot of short cooldown abilities. that you spam a lot. So, but then again, the very fact that you can basically keep it up as long as you push charging blow on cooldown as a scrapper anyway, and charging blow is literally like the one ability on your bar as a scrapper. If you don't have charging blow as a scrapper, you're kind of just a meme, because your whole kit revolves around charging blow when you get the first tripod, because it gives you a massive 3-second damage buff. So it's literally like the most important ability in your on your bar that you can have as a scrapper. I killed too many things. Oh well. And like, that's a good thing and a bad thing, in my opinion. Because like, for instance, Fierce Tiger Strike has something similar, but it's not as good in raid situations, simply because charging blow gives you the buff, like gives you I think it's like, right now I have it at like 18%, as long as you hit something, while Fierce Tiger Strike gives you a stacking buff depending on how many targets you hit. So, you know, in a raid situation, you only really have one target, so you're only gonna get one stack of it. But you know, the one stack's not bad. Like, it's good to have. It's just that if you know, you can't replace charging blow with Fierce Tiger Strike, because it just doesn't work. Not to mention, if you could, like, Fierce Tiger Strike would be kind of busted, because Fierce Tiger Strike also has the like amplified damage tripod on it that scrappers have. Scrappers have like 3 abilities that let them like defense break the boss, and their abilities cooldown that does that is shorter than the duration of the debuff for the most part. I think for shock training it's not. I think it's like 6 seconds, right? No, it's the cooldown is the same exact duration as the debuff. So basically, even if you can't see a boss, like for instance the Guardian raids where you can't see their health bar to keep track of your debuff, you can still track how long that debuff is going to be, because it's the same exact cooldown in regards to at least Crushing Smite, which is what you're going to mainly apply it on as a shock trainer scrapper. That as long as you like glance at your bar and you see that ability is not on, is like on cooldown, you know that debuff is still active. So as soon as you see that ability off cooldown, it's a pretty clear indication that you need to push that button to reapply it. And I mean, it's not always going to be accurate, because like as a shock training scrapper, you're going to run 2 abilities that have amplified damage, because you also run it on Fierce Tiger Strike, and Fierce Tiger Strike has the same thing, but the issue is that, you know, basically if you see one of them off cooldown, push the button, because then you should have like almost 100% uptime on it, as outside of like, you know, mechanics where you have to like run away from the boss or you all die or something like that, like Belshazzar's like Meteor and like Palace. But luckily, unlike Adrenaline, that debuff, you don't need to stack it. It's just you throw it on one, it's done. It's kind of, you know, throw on and forget about it. It's your class synergy with other teams, because it reduces the defense by like, or it increases how much damage they deal by 6%. Like, it's actually pretty hefty when you consider that it's something that you can keep permanently on the boss. I know that like Shadow Hunters have a bigger like straight damage debuff, as theirs I think is like 12%, I want to say. I think theirs is 12%, and I think Berserker has the opportunity to do like 18% with their red dust, but it's not, but those are like burst ones, because like Scrapper's debuff is up all the time. Like, you're just always using it. And then they have another ability called Judgment, which is a shock ability that Taijutsu uses to keep the debuff up. Or at least some Taijutsu builds. Taijutsu is I think the one version that has a pretty decent amount of build diversity, depending on what you like to play. Like, I personally like Continuous Push. I've PvP'd a little bit. I haven't done much. I need to do more. I do enjoy PvP on the Scrapper though. It takes a bit of a learning curve though, because you have super armor on some abilities and you don't have super armor on other abilities. So kind of checking it back and forth. If you lose track of what you have available, it'll kind of like mess you over. It's also a little bit I think that's probably one of my only complaints with Scrapper, actually, now that you mention it, is the way Scrapper plays in PvP is nothing like it plays in PvE, because you don't have class engravings in PvP. So, you know, it's almost like playing a completely different class, because you have to bounce between your shock and stamina abilities more often in PvP, because you don't have your class engravings. But once you get that down, it's actually really, you can be really abusive, because a lot of so in PvP you use Dragon's Advent, which if you play Taijutsu, it's one of your big like constant bleed application abilities, because you put the fire source on it. But in PvP, what you do is you put tenacity on it, so that way you can initiate with it. And a lot of times you can so for classes like a sorceress, so sorceress's main like defensive play is they like to use reverse gravity when they see someone jumping in on them, because it's a kind of like a delayed has a very long duration on when it picks up a player, and it lasts a very long time, and it can deal a lot of damage inside of its window. With Dragon's Advent, even you'll get caught in the gravity, because your tenacity only lasts up until you land on the ground. But the caveat is that you don't get caught while you're jumping in the air like you will in some other abilities. So usually what happens is you'll end up trading CC effects, where if the sorcerer stays in it, because a lot of times, especially at lower ranks, or like if you haven't gone to ranked yet, because I'm still not tier 1, like I still again, I've been lazy on PvP. I need to be more proactive with it. But a lot of like sorceresses will stay inside of their anti-gravity or reverse gravity, whatever it's called, specifically because they want to drop their like AoEs inside of it before they leave. And if you Dragon's Advent into it and they stay inside of it, both of you will get CC, because if I'm mistaken, Dragon Advent is like a knockdown stun almost, or if anything, they'll have to waste their get up, their flip out, and even then that then opens them up still, because a lot of times if you Dragon Advent in, they'll still the animation locking of them getting back up will still make it difficult for them to kind of capitalize off of reverse gravity, and then you can knock them down with your charging blow, and then use your chain destruction fist, or yeah, because like that's another thing. It's a lot of back and forth, so it's fun. If you like having to think a lot, PvP Scrapper is definitely pretty high IQ in my opinion. But if you can do it right, you can kind of make your enemies, you can make your enemy team pretty mad. I definitely had one match where I was too much of a bully and the enemy team kind of ignored the rest of my team and kept chasing me around. And it was a little funny. Frustrating, but funny, because it kind of tells you you're doing your job on a Scrapper, if you can bully a team enough to make them rage. But what class do you play? Do you play PvP, or like do you play Scrapper, or something else? Alright, we're almost done with this Chaos Dungeon though. Then we can, after this, I'll go do a honing attempt. I think I'll probably get enough. Oh shit, I got a purple book. Is that any good? Nope. Max MP increase. That's unfortunate. That's not looking too well for the card pack opening portion of this. Or maybe it is, you know, get the bad luck out of the way now and not have to worry about it later. So, we'll see how that goes. Oh, we got a lot of ability stones this time though. That's pretty good. All right, so get rid of those because those are useless. Domination, that's useless. The rest of those are useless. Are any of these any good? Shield piercing, spirit absorption. No, 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 and no. Unfortunate, but I think that'll give us enough to like buy a new rock from the vendor. Uh, we got we got 2 level 3s. I don't know. Do I have a level? No worries. Yeah, yeah. Sharpshooter and sorceresses are kind of like high. Yeah, very high skill ceiling when dealing with melee because they don't have a lot of answers when they get jumped on. But yeah, for sure, Scrapper, like, if your team doesn't follow up your knockdowns, you kind of don't have a lot of damage yourself. Like, all of your damage comes from your Death Rattle in PvP and your Chain Destruction Fist. Um, so, like, for instance, like, one of the big things that I hate about Chain Destruction Fist is, like, if you're fighting a Deadeye or a Gunslinger, be careful with your Chain Destruction Fist because if they have their get up, they'll get up and then hit you with their freeze grenade and then you're frozen and it cancels your, and then they open up on you. So that's one of the big things that kind of sucks because like yeah, that's probably the best way to play Scrapper, especially once you start getting higher because you have a lot of CC. You're like if you open the book, let's see, book of coordination. Between charging blow, your fierce tiger strike, and your dragon's advent, you just like knock people down for days. And then your instant hit is it's a nice stun, but it's kind of short range. Like at least I miss it a lot, but it gives you a lot of distance. Also, if you don't use it, I really like roundup sweep personally because it doesn't CC, right, but it gives a lot of flinch. So if you've oh yeah, that's for sure. I think the one ability I don't like though is like do you use the True Rising Fist in PvP at all? Because like I do, but I have like a love-hate relationship with that ability, like so hard. Yeah, it's like because like when you get it off, you're like, oh, this ability's so good, but then when you get like knocked out of it when you're doing the uppercut, you're like, I hate this ability. Yeah, yeah. Those midair flinches, I'm like, I've tried so hard to like replace that ability on my bar with something else, but the problem is that I came to the realization the rest of Scrapper's like shock abilities are so bad that that's just like that's the only thing you can use, and it really sucks. It really sucks. Yeah, it's like I've come to the terms that I'm pretty sure the only reason people use it is because you just don't have a better option. You just that's all you got. Yeah, good luck. Hopefully you can get some wins. I need to do more PvP because I need to get at least tier 1 to start getting some of those materials and stuff from the vendor. All right. So now we're gonna do just do another anguished isle real quick. So we can get those dailies out of the way. Oh, I still need to do my Una test dailies. Kind of just all over the place today. Una task. What do we do today? How many leaf stones did I get? Okay, I have a good amount of leaf stones, so I kind of can go back to doing some of my shard ones like I was doing early on. But I'll do this one. Let's see. Oh, I need to go to my stronghold too. Kind of get those dispatches rolling. I do kind of wish you can. I wish in like I guess in like major cities there was a way you could do your dispatches without having to go back to your stronghold. I don't know, maybe in a future update or something. Because those bring in a lot of good stuff. It's a good source of like pirate coins and stuff like that. Speaking of pirate coins, I need to see what adventure isles we have today. Oh, is today Chaos Gate Day? Yes, today is Chaos Gate Day. No field bosses. Alright, we have Lagoon. Alright, so we're doing Phantom Wing for more card packs. That's gonna be at the end of the stream, so that'll be after I do the card pack opening. Which will be here after I do my Una Dailies tasks on this character. An Anguished Isle. back to that build. Let's see. There we go. Grab this. Ignore all these guys. Go over to my little ID spot. I think. Maybe there isn't someone here. That mob did look like it was chasing somebody, but nope, there are people here. So I'm gonna have to wait for. Come on, there we go. Yeah, the spot's not bad, but if you have people, like, the spot's good for if you're by yourself, but when there's people around, it's limited resources. But luckily, there's usually more channels for Anguished Isle than most other places. I think the one that annoys me is in, what is it, Icewing Heights? Like, there's a Una daily task out there I'm trying to do for a Charisma Potion. And, that one tends to only have one channel, and for some reason, a lot of people have been doing it recently, so there's been some pretty stiff competition when I try to do it early. I'll probably do that later in the day. Okay, here. Keep you guys together. Punch the ground. But yeah, PvP with Scrapper is definitely pretty tactical. I think it's probably one of the more tactical melee classes, because at least from what I've seen, a lot of Berserkers just kind of go unga bunga, and they're just like, do all my deeps, run away. And I mean, it's effective, so I can't really fault them for it. But you can't really do that on a Scrapper. Because, I don't know, because like, Scrapper feels both tanky and like paper thin at the same time in PvP, to me. But I think part of it might just be because you don't have, you don't really have the runes, because I usually put like a protection rune on a Chain Destruction Fist in PvE, since it's something that usually I get hit while I'm doing on a boss fight. But in PvP, you don't really have that. So if you don't catch someone in your Chain Destruction Fist, they can deal quite a lot of damage if they have decent range on their abilities. Or if, like, for instance, if they're, I think Deadeye, Gunslinger, and Striker have, like, direct counters where the Gunslingers and Deadeyes have a grenade they can freeze you with in your Chain Destruction Fist if you're not careful, or if you don't catch them. And then Striker has, I think on their Phoenix Advent, which is like a jump ability that they have, they can like, alright, let's see if this doesn't like disconnect me like it did yesterday. Yeah, I think it's probably the most team, like you're saying, it's probably the most team play required melee out of what's available currently, because if nobody's there to follow up, you're kind of like a sitting duck, or you just gotta run away. I do that a lot. I like run in, hit somebody, and then just like leave. I'm just like, oh, nope, don't touch me. Because, you know, you hit them with the, it's just a prank, bro. if your teammates are just off doing whatever they want to do. Which is why I usually like you were saying, it's really, a lot of times if you just run protection, especially on like your supports and stuff, I feel like your supports, if you like really do a good job of protecting them, tend to be pretty, they can tell when you're like helping them out. They tend to help you out with a lot of shields and buffs. Yeah, I got a little baited because the first, I think, the first videos I watched for like Scrapper from like players that were playing in like Russia and whatever, they were like, oh, it's a great initiator class. So I always played it like that because, you know, that was my, I didn't play Lost Ark in Russia or anything. I waited until the NAEU client came out. But then like when you actually play it, if you play it in like, probably I'd say maybe in like higher ranks it's a good initiation class, but in lower ranks people don't really like, yeah, they don't really follow up, and they're usually like just trying to chase kills instead of like trying to work together. So instead of being an initiator, you're better off just being like a disruptor, where that's probably where I've had my most successful matches, is when they try to set up like an explosion on one of your teammates and you just jump in and you just like, you know, you stun them with a Dragon's Advent, you try to bait out their like flip ups so that way you can get a Chain Destruction Fist off, stuff like that. Charging Blow is a particularly abusable ability in PvP. It's just insane. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. but it's great. I have a blast. I think the only other, I would say, probably complicated class that's not really like it's definitely not the most complicated melee class, but it's definitely probably more complicated than Scrapper would probably be Deadeye and Gunslinger just because of all the guns. Currently, I'm using well, I haven't had much luck on accessories, so really the only engravings I'm running right now are level 3 shock training and level 1 adrenaline for raids. I'm kind of trying to get I want to run level 3 shock training with level 3 master of ambush and then like level 1 or 2 adrenaline, but I haven't been getting lucky with my rocks. No, I used to be. I leveled taijutsu from like halfway through tier 1 till like tier 3 because especially a lot of the earlier fights for tier 1 and tier 2 has a lot of movement, and I just wasn't used to the game's combat yet, so I didn't feel very comfortable doing shock because I would miss a lot of my death rattles in comparison to taijutsu's. You know, they always have some button you can push for damage, but as I got better at the game, I was like, I went back to shock training because personally I like shock training. I like the playstyle more. I like building and then seeing the big numbers. My non-crits for shock right now hit for like 1 million, and then I'll hit for like anywhere from like 2 to 3 million depending on buffs with crits. So I like big numbers. Oh, what can I say? Part of it's also to get prepared because I'm personally waiting for Destroyer to come out, and that's a pretty slow playstyle. So I feel like it'd be pretty hard to transition from taijutsu over to Destroyer if I tried to do that big of a leap. No Omnium Star. God. I swear, that thing's like a unicorn at this point. Granted, I think taijutsu is very good. It's probably, like, for me, honestly, it's pretty tied for shock training and taijutsu on fun factor. Because, oh, yeah. His animations and stuff look fantastic. I followed, like, I didn't play Lost Ark till, like, NAEU, but I followed Lost Ark since before it released in Korea. And the biggest thing that sold me on it was Scrapper's double Dragon Awakening and then just Destroyer in general. So I got half of my things I was hyped for with Scrapper, but yeah, I'm waiting for the other half, which is Destroyer. Even though Destroyer is definitely kind of it needs some loving, but there's supposed to be a balance patch next month, or at least a test, a public PTR for it next month in Korea, and there's rumblings that Destroyer is kind of due for a big, at least some sort of balancing, whether that entails numbers or rework or something. Because the more you dissect Destroyer, like animation-wise, and I feel like even number-wise, it feels satisfying. But when you start looking at some of the other stuff, you start seeing he's kind of like he feels a little bit of just like an adaptation to like Berserker when you think about it. Because like even his identity is like, you build up a bar, you push button, you then go into another mode, and then you have a special button in that mode you can push. Granted, in PvE you don't use that special button because it's useless because it deals no damage. But you know, it's basically Berserker's Fury, like Berserk mode, but slightly different because you can't use your abilities. But I don't know. Either way, I know I'm pretty stoked. It's pretty it looks pretty fun. It's also nice to see more people looking forward to it, because I feel like when it first was with the whole like leaked roadmap thing, I think a lot of people weren't too happy about Destroyer because I feel like Lance Master and Scouter are just more put out there for classes that we don't have yet. But I've seen like over the past weeks, as people have like looked into Destroyer, as people have put out videos about Destroyer and stuff like that in the other regions, I've seen quite a lot of people kind of change their tunes, being like, you know what, this class looks pretty cool. I don't know if that tune will stay the same when they actually get to play it, because again, I've heard that compared to the amount of effort it takes to actually play Destroyer properly, a lot of Koreans don't feel that the damage you get back from it is very fitting, because it's not only is it a front attack class where you have to get your front attacks because that's like 20% more damage that you're missing out. It's also a class where you have to hit with specific parts of your abilities or you don't get a big damage buff on your two main damage dealing abilities. And a lot of the fights, especially like in the higher Legion raids, don't play too nicely with staying still. So a lot of Korean players have stated that they like Destroyer because there was a pretty popular Korean streamer who did a poll for what classes like people would like in their party, but they themselves wouldn't want to be the one playing it, and Destroyer came in sixth behind all three supports, War Dancer and Lance Master. Destroyer was number 6. Actually, no, I think Destroyer was number 5 on that one because Lance Master, everybody wants to play it. I think on the overall list of like what classes you would like to have in your party regardless, that's where it came in 6th behind Lance Master. Because Lance Master, you know what I'm saying, gives a pretty big crit buff or something like that. Or they just deal a lot of damage. I don't remember what it was in Korea that they liked about Lance Master. Oh, maybe. like I like Lance Master, but that's because I'm a sucker for like spears and glaives, but I don't know if I would. I'm not as like, I guess, rabid for it as some people are. Like, because I almost got turned off of it simply because of how, you know, torch and pitchfork people are. Yeah, yeah. I would definitely say you're probably in the minority. Like, well, I'm definitely excited for, you know, Big Hammer Boy. I'm definitely also excited for, you know, quick stabby chick, which but then again, there's just so many classes in this game that like they're so. Like there's something for everybody, you know. You got Destroyer for those of us that like slow big hits. You got quick, you know, moving stuff. Like I got a buddy of mine who he's waiting for Reaper, and he's like, I know I'm gonna die a lot, but man, I'm gonna look, you know, I'm gonna be quick while doing it. And I'm just like, you do that, don't worry, I'll scrape your corpse off the floor every time. So, you know, so it's got something for everybody. Oh, Shadow Hunter, that one might be a hitter. I personally didn't like Shadow Hunter. I feel like it just felt weird to me. It felt off. There's something missing. I tried, granted, I didn't take it too far. Yeah, I haven't tried, let's see. I haven't tried Artillerist, Sharpshooter, or Deathblade. I've tried just about everything else. Well, and Bard and Sorceress, because I don't care too much for the mage classes. That's one that I'm probably a little weird on. I really don't care for Sorceress at all whatsoever. I don't really play support, so I don't really play Bard. So, I tried Paladin. Paladin felt kind of fun at lower levels, but once I started getting to higher levels, I was like, this feels kind of weird. I don't know if I like it or not. I might give it another shot, but for the most part, no, I think the only real classes I've really enjoyed are like Scrapper, Striker, Berserker, and Deadeye at the moment. I might do a Deathblade, because like I said, I haven't really, like, I tried it in the CBT, but I didn't get it to 50, so I kind of don't really count that as actually trying the class. But, I don't know, like, it kind of all depends on, it mostly depends on if we get a roadmap, like, anytime soon for classes and, like, what the new classes are. So, obviously, from a personal point of view, I want Destroyer first, because I really would like to main that class, but basically, if it's anything that's not, Artist, Summoner, or Reaper, I'll make it as an alt, so, because I'm still looking forward to, like, Arcana, Lance Master, Scouter mostly because, it's kind of the next cheapest you can build, quote unquote. Like, it's still expensive because you need engravings and stuff like that, but the engravings it uses aren't very expensive for the most part, and then you only really need 1 gem, which is the other reason a lot of people make Shadow Hunters, is because in tier 3, if you're playing Demonic Impulse, you only really need 1 gem to make it work. And then once you get that 1 gem, you're pretty much set. Granted, the rest of it's still expensive because you still need to get like Grudge, Cursed Doll for your like super top DPS ones. You need level 3 Demonic Impulse. I don't know what else Demonic Impulse uses, to be honest. I don't think they use Stabilized Status. I know most people don't run Perfect Suppression just because it feels like the Perfect Suppression is what I messed around with, and it felt a little weird to me. Like, it didn't feel smooth, and I had Wealth Runes because it was kind of like my 4th alt that I made, 3rd or 4th alt. So, because I made a Striker before, and Strikers need Wealth Runes to really function regardless of what build you go. So I had Wealth Runes, and it still felt weird to me. Like, it didn't flow very nicely, I feel, compared to like Scrapper. To me, Scrapper, like, the biggest draw for Scrapper to me personally is if it flows nicely back and forth as a like, regardless of which side you go on. Because you know, if you go shock training, well, you go specialization heavy, so every time You spent, you know, you're running low on stamina. You push one shock ability, it almost fills up your stamina bar anyway. You go taijutsu where you're just full of stamina bars and you're just constantly pushing buttons, and then like you death rattle every once in a while when you're feeling kind of frisky, and then you go back to pushing all your little buttons. So it definitely like scratches both itches that you want. I think that's probably going to be one of the other things that probably might hold people back, is some of the classes, some of the future classes you only use one class engraving. Like for instance, Destroyer currently only really uses Hammer of Wrath, I think is what it's called in Korea at the moment, but I don't know what it'll be called in our version, over gravity training, mostly because they nerfed the shit out of the identity for Destroyer a long time ago and then they just never touched it. If I'm mistaken, Scouter only uses the Iron Man engraving because the other one's just not as good, period, and not even as easy to play. Lance Master I think is the same thing. You only really use one engraving because the other one locks you out of your spear mode and you don't really want that. So I think that's part of the reason that a lot of us are kind of looking forward to next month from Korea, because it was supposed to be March to April, but they had to delay it, and I think the reason they had to delay it was because the NAEU launch wasn't as smooth as they were expecting with all the like servers and all that. But there's supposed to be a really big class balance patch coming to Korea, and from what I've heard from, like, for instance, like Saint Tone and like even like Obenji, which is, by the way, if you don't know, Obenji, OHBENJI, is he's a Destroyer main in Korea. He's really good. He does the YouTube videos and he streams on Twitch quite a bit. He's pretty good to watch for Destroyer content from time to time, but he's also not gonna sugarcoat it, and he'll tell you all the good and bad of Destroyer, because you know, he's mained it. So, and he's mained it for I think like over a year now or something like that. I think recently he was able to find a group to oh, there's the Reaper main, you know, him and the other like what, 5 people who are waiting for Reaper. Y'all are in your little corner. This is a Destroyer party, all right. Look, get back to me when Reaper comes out, and you can survive boss fights till the end. Because you already died plenty on your War Dancer, who's tankier than your Reaper. But yeah, so Obenji's a really good resource for, I think just for in general. Speaking of you, Butt Munch, if you want to, like, please, you'd probably break your hand trying to do that. If you want to stick with Soul Fist, he's also used to be a Soul Fist main, and so he's pretty good to watch for that. But he's also the same thing. He's gonna like make you depressed for playing Soul Fist, because he's also depressed. Benji has this issue where every time he mains a class, they end up like nerfing that class or just making it like not good. so it's kind of funny because we're all best Chaos Reaper, really? Does it have a lot of AoE? Or do you just mean chaos as in general, as in like it's just chaotic? Oh no, you're talking about Soul Fist. Yeah, Soul Fist, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of this guy. Pretty wait, but didn't you say the other day that you were like tired of doing chaos dungeons with Soul Fist? Did you like finally figure out how to properly do it or something? Thanks. Don't worry. Maybe when they buff in KR, they'll buff Soul Fist, and then you'll love Soul Fist after. Also, it probably helps if you stop playing the Spirit Bomb build. Just saying. I've never seen you land one. I still kind of want to try to make a War Dancer though, just because I'm curious about it. Yeah, the only caveat is I don't know if you can do the non-Spirit Bomb version in our version, because it works in KR because they have all the different relic sets. Which that's going to be another doozy to figure out what to use. Speaking of, what is it? Like, we won't get relic sets until Viekas comes out. Also, if that's something that you're looking forward to, is like the relic sets to be like, oh, make things like usable. If I'm mistaken, you can't make it. Well, first of all, you can't make them anyway, so I think you're 1450, which is I think what you need to be for Viekas. And then you need Vieka's parts to craft the some of the pieces, or like regardless of what relic set you're going for. So, which I feel like is something people don't talk about, because that's another thing. Like streamers talk a lot about like, oh, the relic set, and then they go, oh, well, with Vaulton you get the relic sets. No, no, no. With Vaulton we get a legendary like Vaulton set, which is, from what I've heard, better than like the sets, you know, the sets we currently have. But oh my god, really? You're gonna just stand in the puddle? Oh shit, that hurt. I hate when the... Oh, I know what happened. I think a gun lancer kept him in the puddle. Alright. Punched him once, now I leave. But yeah, the relic sets, that's still a ways off. Like, we're not getting that till we get Viekas, and I don't think we're gonna get Viekas, like, anytime soon. Because she's the second Legion raid, and by the looks of it, we're probably not getting Vaulton, I'd say maybe till May? Yeah, I hate to break it to you. I think they, in the KR patch, I heard they deleted Reaper. They said they didn't like the class, so they're replacing it with a second Destroyer. Because they thought Warriors needed more classes. To be honest, I have no idea, personally. I know there was that, like, roadmap debacle, you know, said that we were getting it first, but for the most part, I don't, well, no, they cannot release Destroyer. Well, yeah, the initial roadmap, which is still debated on whether or not it was a leak or anything, even though I think like Rocks on the forums has kind of alluded to it actually being the proper roadmap, was Destroyer was supposed to be April, and then Arcana was supposed to be May. To be honest, that was also before they took it down and everybody lost their goddamn minds that the first class being added wasn't Lance Master. But I'd like for it to be first, personally. Like, but I'm also very biased, because it's like, out of all the classes that we don't have in the game yet, that's the only one I really care about. So, but I don't know, to be honest. It could go either way, because if we look at it from a completing classes kind of view, then I still don't know if Destroyer would be first, because yes, Destroyer was a launch day class, but so was Arcana and Summoner, and Mage still only has 2 classes available to play. And Summoner was in the CBT. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of shift gears and put Summoner first, but to be honest, I don't even know if we'll get a class in April, because a lot of people were speculating that the reason the first class was going to be in April was because we were going to get the classes after in their post like patch state, like whatever new classes we don't have. And that patch is like, the PTR for it is in mid-April. So if they test it for like 2 weeks, that they won't add that patch to Korea until like probably early May. So I honestly don't know what they're gonna do, personally. I do know that Destroyer, there's a lot of stagger checks and destruction checks that Destroyer can almost single-handedly do by himself, because he is the highest staggered class in the game, period. And he has, I think he's tied for Gun Lancer for the most weak point damage you can do. Like, unless the translations were off in I think the Russian servers, Destroyer is the only class I've seen that has level 4 stagger abilities, like, period. Like, most other ones stop at like high, and then I think they have like a level 4 weak point ability. So, you know, that kind of tells you. And the point is Vaulton has both a destruction check and then like a counter check, and then I think also like a stagger check involved. So I think in regards, if they want to do Vaulton, they could do Destroyer first, because they could just be like, hey, we just want to give you a class that kind of does everything. But I don't know how well that would go over, because again, I think people follow content creators too much. So I think whatever they choose, to be honest, whatever they do, then nobody's going to be happy. whatever class. Because if you do Lance because like it's funny because a lot of people go, oh, because I think they did a poll on what was it, Reddit, right? Where they did a poll about what class people wanted, and I think like Lance Master won by like 30% or something, and then it was like Scouter by like 15%, and then everything else kind of just divvied down. And people go, well, you should do Lance Master, but you forget that if you do Lance Master, the other 70% of the people aren't going to be happy because Lance Master only had 30% of the community. So, to be honest, there's no winning. As long as they release any class, there's no winning. So they're kind of just, at this point, I say put out a class roadmap. Like, fuck the content roadmap, because right now nobody cares about the content roadmap, to be honest. Everybody wants to get their classes geared and ready to go. Like, I think I would probably be relatively annoyed. I wouldn't quit the game for it, but I would be annoyed if I had to go into Vaulton on anything that wasn't a destroyer, personally. Because I would just like destroyer ready to go from like day one. But it's just I think there's a big disconnect between what like Smilegate wants to do, because that's another thing. People kind of give Amazon a lot of shit for it, but I feel like a lot of these decisions is Smilegate doing it because they're the ones with the hard numbers from all the different regions. They obviously want us to get into Legion raids because that's their highest retention content, period. But I think the community right now, really the only thing they care about is getting new classes because it looks cool and new classes are fun to play. So I don't know what they're gonna do. Yeah, if they don't release a new class, they're like the forum and Reddit's probably gonna burn down to the ground. Like, I don't see that going over well for them. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, it could go either way. They did say that South Vern and planned release classes would come out as planned, so that could mean we're getting like Destroyer next month. But I feel like really what it just means is that we're getting a new class next month, at least one. Because that's the other question is what's going to be the tempo, right? Are they going to do one class a month? Are they going to do two classes a month? Like, we know they said they were going to speed up the process, but we don't know what the process was going to be to begin with because they pulled down that old roadmap. But yeah, I think whatever new class comes, regardless of what it is, will be in April. Now, what point in April? Who the fuck knows, to be honest. I'm kind of hoping maybe it's like, well, I highly doubt it'll be before the 14th. The skins thing is a bit of like a debate though, because for instance, Omen skins, for example, we have no idea if the Omen chests for like weapons are gonna have the, like, for instance, Destroyer has an Omen hammer, like, because he was a release class when Omen was out. So was Lance Master. So was Summoner. Like, so was Arcana. If you release the skins without those classes out, like, are those boxes gonna have those weapon skins in them, or are we gonna have to wait for whenever they come back? Which, mind you, in at least the other regions, for the most part, whenever a skin is limited in the shop, generally doesn't come back after it's gone. That's been the more or less constant system they've been doing. Limited skins, generally they come once, unless they're like seasonal. I think the seasonal ones come back, but like any other skins, like they put them in the shop for like a month and then they just leave them. I mean, no, I don't blame you. Like, I do too, trust me. Like, I like the Omen skins, but I'm also just, I want other skins. Like, I want the legendary skins. Like, even though I don't know what they're gonna do with the legendary skins, because the legendary skins are a slippery slope, because that's like straight gacha. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm down for more skins. Like, so many skins look so good in this game, especially the newer ones. But, and I know a lot of people are like, I'll just add the new ones. It's like, well, they still gotta, if they add the new ones, nobody's gonna buy the old ones, so they gotta kind of put them in order. They gotta at least make some of that money back. But no, I'm for it. Like, trust me, I'm not against new skins. I'm just saying, like, all I know is that if they release like a skin, if they release this like a skin box that Destroyer has a skin in it that I want, like, for instance, let's say they do like an early Halloween one. The second Halloween hammer for Destroyer is fucking amazing. Like, if you haven't seen it, it's like a massive like bloodstone hammer with a skull on the side, like a goat's. Like, it looks amazing. If they ever release that before Destroyer, and then I can't get that hammer skin, I'm probably gonna flip shit. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like one of the skins I want the most for Destroyer. So then how would you handle that? So I guess there's that little thing. But no, I'm all for it. For me, you ask me what they should do is just release all the new all the classes in like April. Just make April the class month. Like just add South Vern and then just throw all the fucking classes at us. And then they can just start like pumping out skins and getting plenty of money. I mean, number wise, I still think the numbers probably aren't going to go up very much. Like they'll spike up and down as new skins and new classes come out, but I think the numbers we have now are probably going to be more or less where it stays at, because the rates aren't going anywhere. To get to like the rates actually get worse as the higher we get. So like if people are complaining now at a 10% chance to like succeed your hones, in Korea I think the base starting point is like 1%, and then you only get like 0.5% pity as you go higher or some shit like that. Like a lot of people definitely aren't going to be happy. So there's definitely going to be spikes up and down. I will say I have a, I don't know, I'm kind of waiting for the bigger like variety streamers to kind of leave, to then I feel like that's when we're going to get the real feel for how many people will play, because a lot of people picked up Lost Ark simply because they saw like Asmongold, Shroud, Rich, like those kinds of guys with big audiences play the game. So I'm kind of curious to see like what numbers we have when they like stop playing it full time, I guess, because I don't think they'll like quit, because I feel like Asmongold specifically, like he cut his teeth as a streamer by doing oh no, that's a different box, by MMOs. Like he was World of Warcraft. So I don't feel like he's gonna give up Lost Ark, period, but I do think he'll eventually stop playing it like every day. I know some people in his stream have already asked him to like play other games, because there's only so much. A lot of MMO content isn't really streamable unless you're doing like PvP, or you're just constantly doing like high level stuff, because a lot of it's just doing your daily boring grind of, you know, people are gonna get tired of watching you do chaos dungeons like 20 times a day all week. So especially if you're a variety streamer, I mean, like if you have a group of people used to watching you do like a bunch of different things, and then all of a sudden you throw something like Lost Ark at them, that's gonna kind of get on them. But I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I'm not a game developer, so. Because I mean, a lot of people say, if we want another example, I know a lot of people were expecting like BDO, like Black Desert Online, to fail really hard. Because Black Desert Online is, in my opinion, worse than Lost Ark and how they handle things. Like your gear can be even though I know they did a lot of changes recently, but you know, that's a game where enhancing your gear and could like lead you to completely losing it, because it could just break completely. I have no idea how the hell people put up with that. I personally never got that far because I just never wanted to take that risk. And then their skins are like insanely expensive. But I don't know, I feel like Lost Ark is stuck in this weird conundrum where they wanted to speed up the NAEU to where they knew where they could keep player retention, which was the Legion raids, because they have the data from 3 whole regions, and they know that Legion raids are their highest retention content. Also, we're gonna swap to my Deadeye because he has better luck on card packs. But then at the same point, they're not giving people enough time to like learn the game. Like, people had to be told on the Guardian raid event to break Nacrosena's tail to get buffs, because before that, you know, everybody was complaining because the event takes too long. You can't. People were failing it. And that was just telling you that people just don't do mechanics. Vulcan has destruction, counter, and counter mechanics, which if you fail either, you're gonna wipe. So I don't think the player base as a whole is prepared for Legion raid mechanics. So I think giving people time to build up engravings, you know, give them new classes. Like you have enough new classes that you can delay like Vulcan probably like another month or two, and still keeps people's focus, because like you release Destroyer, you release Summoner, you release Arcana, you release Lance Master, like it just gives people stuff to do. You keep doing events, you know, that kind of stuff. You like you were saying, you release a new class, you release some new skins, people will keep playing the game and whatever. Then you release Vulcan when people have their alts that they've been waiting for geared relatively well, um, everything's fine. You know, people have their engravings and they're good to go and stuff like that. That's why I say there's like a disconnect there.
You're back. I was
Let me
waiting
pull out
for
my card
you.
packs.
There are matters that need your approval. You can go check them in the office.
Yeah. I think the wall was strategic though, because that wall existed in Korea. Because that was why they had to do the honing buffs. Like the honing buffs that everybody is asking for as like catch ups, I guess they're referring to it as catch ups. Wasn't a catch up. It was them going, oh shit, we fucked up with the honing buffs. But I think they did it to squish. Well, because I think they kind of said it in the March update in a kind of offhand way, and like again, like Benji has a pretty good video about it. I think they did it to kind of give players who've never played this game before a time to catch up to all the players who have played this game before in like Russia and whatever. And because the point is if you looked at the numbers, most people who were complaining about the wall to get to 1370 was probably about 2% of the entire player base. Most of the player base, like if you were in tier 3 in the first like 3 weeks of this game being out, you were ahead of the curve by a long shot. Like if you made it to tier 3 by like the 3rd week or so, you were so far ahead of the curve, you were literally nipping at the heels of the whales. And you know, and that's for people who they look up guides and they do all that kind of stuff. A lot of people were stuck in tier 1 and tier 2 still learning the game. And I could personally attest to that because my queues in tier 3 would take me like a minute or so to proc, while my queues in tier 1 and tier 2 alts were like instantaneous because there were so many people still in tier 1, tier 2 queuing for things. So I think they left the dead zone for 1370 as a way to kind of like close the gap and try to get that. Yeah. I've like my scrapper's now on her like 2.5 week of that dead zone area because she's a yeah. Because Argos gives legendary gear. The real in all the other regions, Argos is 1370 because it gives legendary gear. The weird thing, honestly, what really kind of caused the dead zone to be worse is they changed the Guardian raid entry requirements. So like Agrexion in our version is 1340 to get in. In the other regions, Agrexion is 1325. Like it's like they almost doubled the eye level that you needed from like, you know, they added 25 more points almost. And then Yoho is at 1370. In other regions, Yoho is 1340, and then Velganess is 1370. Like the Guardian raid shift is what's really making it terrible because the breakpoints to enter, you reach out of the sweet spot because the Guardian raids, like when you're trying to get from like 1340 to 1370, you just don't get enough materials from Agrexion because his loot pool is designed for 1325 to 1340. And they really didn't do anything about that. Then on the flip side, you have the hard mode tier 3 dungeons were raised from 1355 to 1370 as an entry point. But the caveat there is that in the other regions, the hard mode dungeons only give purple gear, while in our version, they give legendary gear, which is a huge step up. Because in case you don't know, legendary gear, when you transfer your plus 15 purple gear to legendary gear, it goes back down to plus 6, but you stay at the same item level. So you go back. So now when you're trying to get to 1370, like 1385, it's very quick because you go from like a 10% back to like 60% honing rates because you go down on honing levels. So that's the caveat there with why like Argos is 1370, because you get such a big power spike when you start getting legendary gears because you get more stats and stuff. Now, why did they change like the Guardian raids? That's where I find it kind of weird, because Guardian raids actually are a pretty sizable chunk of materials, especially leap stones, because they're like your main source of leap stones. I feel that's kind of weird, and I don't think they really I don't think they adjusted the loot pools from those Guardian raids. Because like for instance, at Grexion, I'm still getting blue accessories. Like what the fuck am I gonna do with blue accessories at 1350? Like I'm getting purples from my chaos dungeons. Like that just doesn't make any sense. Like I should be getting purples from a Grexion. Like, and even then, when you look at the expected loot table in a Grexion, it's purple accessories, but more often than not, you get blue ones. So it's like, I don't know, it was a weird change. Like to me, the Guardian rate change was more weird than anything. For in regards to Argos, I think it was just too soon. Personally, I feel like they probably could have just delayed Argos. Like Argos probably should have been April. Like it probably should have been like Argos was April. Like you launch in February, March you do like events to kind of help people get through the dead zone to get as close to 1370 as possible, and then you drop Argos in like April with like maybe a new class or something, and then you do Vaulton in like May. You kind of like break it up. To me, what I find slightly amusing is the fact that a lot of people complained that Argos was 1370 when most players, well, I mean, to be fair, most players weren't even in tier 3 at the time. But nobody really complained that the tier 3 hard mode dungeons were 1370. Like everybody was pretty much fine with having 1370 content in the game. It's just that I feel like since Argos, you don't have like a normal mode Argos, right? So like the tier 3 dungeons, you're like, well, I can't do the 1370, but that's hard mode, but I can do the normal mode. So you're at least experiencing the dungeon. While Argos, you don't have that option. It's like you're 1370 or you don't do, or you just don't do Argos at all. And I feel like that's probably what kind of caused people going like, this is kind of BS, because we want to see Argos fights. It's the first of its kind because it's the Abyss raid. Granted, it's the only of its kind for a while, because I think Korea's due for another Abyss raid, like a new one this year, but I don't think they've specified when. Because the Legion raids are more like Abyssal dungeon style than they are Abyss raid style, even though they're Legion raids. And they have like extra mechanics. Like if you've played Final Fantasy 14, they have basically their version of limit breaks in the Legion raids. But to be honest, I feel like the other caveat is that not only is the potential, but well, I mean, I feel like the rushing it part is a bit weird. I don't know. Like I don't rush MMOs. Like to be honest, personally, I didn't give two shits about Argos coming out. Like I was like, I'm not gonna be there day one. The dead zone does feel bad, but I feel like part of the reason the dead zone also feels bad is because you're only going up by 5 eye levels every time you enhance. Like trust me, I hate the dead zone. I'm not protecting it either. Like that shit sucks. But like the worst part is when you like is when you succeed a hone, right, on a piece of gear and you're like, fuck yes. And then you look at your number and it went up by like 0.2. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Like you don't even get like a visual satisfaction out of it either, right? Because like at least in tier 1 and tier 2, you're going up like 20 levels per like entire numbers that you're going up, like for a full suit. And then you go down to like 5, where succeeding one hone does not change your number that much, and you're just like you just yeah. If especially if you saw any guides or anything, you didn't like, I didn't particularly rush. Like I took my time. I leveled the alts on the side when I was bored. I made I think I made the striker like when my scrapper was still in like tier 2. And then I still got in time to like do the gold rush. I was able to abuse the end of the gold rush from the whales still pushing for 1370, because thank you whales for giving me gold. Wait, did I do my dispatches? No, I didn't, because I'm an idiot. I mean, again, I'll agree. I'm not going to defend the dead zone. The dead zone feels terrible. I think part of it is also because there's no real content to shake it up, because like all you have for content from 1340 to 1370 is Egrexion and then your 2 dungeons. Yeah, same. I have three alts, two of which are at 1,000, and then my Deadeye, which I think is at like 960 or something now. Like he's pretty close. So, and then for me, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing I'm waiting on the roadmap for. Is I want to know whether or not like how many of my alts I can push to tier 3 right now. Because like I have a feeling the first so like in case you don't know, in the other regions, um the whatchamacallit, they do a power pass with new classes when they come out, and I think that whatever the first class is that comes out is gonna be it's probably gonna be like a Yorn or Phaeton power pass, so I kinda wanna hoard up tier 2 materials for that. Oh yeah. Yeah. How is sharpshooter in PvE though? I don't see a lot of them in PvE. It looks kinda boring. Personally. Like at least I'll watch like other ones and it's just like eh. When I watch them like run around and like shoot arrows. I don't know, their animations aren't very like cool. Well, tier 3 power pass is what they had in Korea. Was what they have in Korea now, but that's also because Korea is like basically designed in a way for people to get to 14, 15 like day one. But previous to the Legion raids, the power passes, they had them for like Phaeton, Yorn Phaeton, and then Punica. So I don't know if they would give us one to Punica so soon. I mean, they could, just to kind of like be like, here, sorry, here, you can have your like new classes in tier 3 instantly. I mean, I feel like for PR wise, that'd probably be a better move, but MMO wise, I don't think they would. I think the best chance is a Phaeton power pass. Oh, that's good. That's good. I know I don't see very many, but the ones I do see, at least like in PvE, are usually pretty good. In PvP though, I've had a couple friends who they're just like, man, sharpshooters are such a pain in the ass, and I'm like on my scrapper laughing with Dragon's Advent, being like, I'm sorry, what? This boy can't even shoot an arrow. What do you mean he's hard? Like, but then again, they don't play like I think the two that were complaining, one played a Berserker and the other one played a Shadow Hunter, and I don't think those classes have very good answers sometimes to Sharpshooter. Also, those two are pretty hot-headed in PvP. So, but all right. Main event time. I have 60 plus card packs I saved up over the weekend. I don't know how lucky we're gonna get. I have 30 of the any card packs, which will give me anywhere from like legendary to normal, and then I have 33 of the rare card packs, which give me anywhere from legendary to uncommon. We're hoping for more uncommon and legendary packs more than anything else, because I'm trying to complete my Lost Wind Cliff set, and all I'm missing is Soulless cards and legendary cards for that crit rate. So we're gonna see how our luck goes. Seculary, I'm going to like try to mooch your luck. Sorry, not sorry. So I hope you will bless my card pack openings, because it'd be kind of nice. So we're gonna start with the any card packs just to see what we get, since those can give us like the worst. Oh, did I hit the right button? Maybe. Open 10. All right, let's see what we get. All right, so we got 4 uncommons from that. Another 10. I kind of wish you could open like 30 of these card packs at once. Really? Oh my god. Every time I get a normal card pack, it makes me kind of want to like throw card packs out the window. Though also, normal card packs aren't really the worst, because you do get slight stat bumps for them in your card catalog. All right, now we're gonna open the rare ones. Come on, uncommon cards. All right, that's more like, actually, can we get like another legendary pack, please? That'd be pretty nice. Probably not. All right, these are the last 3. They're the card packs. And nope. So we only have 1 legendary. That's unfortunate. All right, so the normal card packs, we're just gonna throw those off to the side. We're gonna start with the rares and epic card packs, because those are the 2 card packs I don't really care for personally. I don't really plan on using their cards to like awaken any of the cards that they give me, mostly because card XP is pretty hard to come by. So saving as much as you can and using as little as you can is the best way to go. So we're just gonna open these real quick, just get through the rares and the epics. I'll probably double check the epics because there is a couple card sets for the epics that I use as a holdover until I can get the Lost Wind Cliff set, because I used 2 HP sets plus a boss, like a reduced boss damage set, and so we'll see. Oh, Thar. And then there's also just favoritism, like there's a couple cards I collect just because I like the monster. Like I have Lava Chromanium in my card deck. Like I'm never going to use his card pack, but I really like Lava. I like Chromanium. He's one of my favorite like Guardian raids. Like not necessarily to fight, because he kind of sucks if you have teammates that don't really do like his mechanics. But I like him. Like I like him. I like his model. I think his model is really cool. It's probably one of the more creative turtle designs. All right, so now this is where the real card pack gotcha comes into play, because I really want Solus cards, because the more Solus cards I can get now, that's the less Solus runs I have to do. All right, yeah. Thanks for sticking around and following. I hope you did good on your PvP matches and all your future ones. So now we're gonna open these uncommon ones, and hopefully we can get some Solus cards. All right, Solus, don't be a hoe. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I gotta do that later today, so I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't read to see if we got any Solus cards from that one. I don't think oh, I got one. Nice. That's one less Solus card. I think I need like 12 more Solus cards to fully awaken the Solus card stuff. Alright, so what did I get? Bishu, Mikhail, Soul, Phantom, Tema, Brinwet, Connection. Use that one now. I think I only got the one Solus card. That's unfortunate. 22 green packs, 1 Solus cards. I mean, it's better than no Solus cards, so I'm not really going to complain too much about it. We'll open the legendary one here in a second to see, alright, Favaru, to see where it goes. You can see that I consume some of the legendary card, or some of the cards, and some I don't consume. The ones I'm consuming, it's because I already have them in my card pack. And so they don't take up extra slots. The ones I'm not consuming are the ones I don't have in my card pack. And I'm kind of trying to at least get one of every card I need for the Lost Wind Cliff set, and the before I start like consuming extra cards, because then I'm just delaying the inevitable, having to buy extra card slots. Let's see. Also, I need to just empty this out a little bit. Actually, I'll do this after we open the legendary card. Legendary card, we'll see, because there's a lot of cards you can get. I think most of them that I get will be helpful, but let's see. What do we get? Ooh, oh baby, King Thyrane. We're in business. We are in business. King Thyrane card. Now all I need is Carmine, Delay, and Armin, and then King Thyrane's card from his rapport, and then Solus cards, and basically I'm like mostly done with the Lost Wind Cliff set. I've gotten most of the hard part done, because the 2 hard parts with the Cliff Wind set is getting your Solus card fully awakened, and then getting 2 more awakenings from your legendary cards. I've gotten really lucky with King Thyrane. I've gotten him twice out of card packs. Well, 3 times out of 3 times out of card packs. So I have him awakened 1, and then with awaken 2, I just need his rapport card, and I'm pretty good to go there. So that's actually really nice. I will take that. Obviously, I wouldn't have minded a Carmine or a Delay and Armin either, but you know, those will come eventually. Those will come with time, so no real rush there. So we'll just get those as time goes on. I'll probably, I think what I'll probably start doing is whenever there's like a lineup and the monthly logins where they give us like 20 card packs or, you know, of the any kind or the uncommon kind, I'll probably like take that week to do card pack adventure aisles and stuff like that and save up a batch of them again and then just open them all at once just to see what we get. We do have well, I think we have 2 more weeks of, well, actually, why am I counting? I have a calendar in game. We do have 2 more resets, right? Yeah. So this reset on the 31st, and then the next reset on April 7th are the last 2 chances we have at getting, or the last 2 times we have in the in the event for the Grand Prix to get the guaranteed, you know, legendary card packs. So that's 2 more weeks with 2 more attempts at hopefully getting a Carmine or Delane Armin. And then maybe hopefully we'll get some Solus cards from the uncommon packs along the way. So that way we can get him done sooner rather than later. I know I have him in my book. Liru, Miru, Chaotic Cho, Icy Lagoros, Necrosena. I got a lot of Guardian ones from this one. Calmaris, Efernia, Madnik. I kind of wish I'd gotten Sigmundson though. Upon I know I have these as like card packs in there. I think the rest of these I don't have in my card pack. Miru, Liru, Yule. Oh, there's Yule. Dochel, Mihan, Erasimo, Gideon, Starneria, Stella. Also, I need to swap over to my striker to do whatchamacallit, to do Spooky Isle real quick, but that's about to spawn. And if I don't do it now, I'll forget the rest of the day, and then I gotta burn one of my Una insta completion passes, which I kind of want to hold off on those. I'd like to save those for stuff that's a bit more annoying. Alright. So we'll swap over to the striker real quick, and on the striker we'll grab his Tuki Isle daily to get it. Unfortunately, no, I think on not this hour, but in an hour and a half, I'll have to try to remember to do the Naruni Grand Prix, get that done too, because that's another one that if I don't do it now, like on like earlier in the day, I tend to get wrapped up in something later and forget to do it at all. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Thank you for your help.
Also, I'm really hoping we'll get some like new information. New information in like, I mean, my greedy self wants like new information today. Like, even though I know damn well that we're probably not gonna get any new info till probably Wednesday, because if we get any new info this week, a lot of people are pretty adamant that we're due for some sort of like roadmap or something this week, because simply because Rox on the forums had said that it was in the next couple of weeks, and I think people took that a little literally. The other caveat is people are going like, well, they said it was before April. It's like, no, they said it was before the April update. April update is April 14th. So realistically speaking, we could, you know, we could be getting the roadmap the first week of April. But I think even more realistically speaking, they should do it this week, because if not, I'm pretty sure the forums are going to catch on fire again, because they've basically been catching on fire like every other day this week. And even then, just because I'm curious, I want to see how many people are already asking for like a roadmap, even though it just started Monday. That not work. Nope. Nope. Oh, people actually, at least the English forums are behaving. Mm-hmm. For the most part. For the most part. Let's see. Tuki. Where's Tuki? Where's Tuki? Because Tuki doesn't really pop purple until the I think until the island itself spawns. Okay, so it is R13. I imagine that earlier on someone had done like Tuki with an upwards arrow, and I think they were saying to go north because there's only 3 locations that Tuki can spawn, which is north of R13, east of North Vern, and then south of Lutera, or like the 3 spawn points. So if you see someone do like Tuki with like an arrow up, right, or down, they're telling you, you know, Tuki up means R13, Tuki right means Vern, and then Tuki down means Lutera. Is the docks you need to go to make it there. I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to being done with Tuki, because Tuki's island is pretty fucking boring in my opinion. Also need to make sure to accept it now so I don't do the same stupid thing I tend to do, which is I'll like leave in a frenzy and then get there and then do Tuki Island and completely forget to grab the quest. And then it ends up I have to burn the stupid instant completion token anyway. Because Tuki is like, I think it's like 4 hours apart is what it is for the for the spawn points. So the next time it would spawn would be like 8:50 Eastern, and I'd rather just get that over with now instead of having to worry about it later. Because usually towards the evening is when I try to kind of like do stuff with some of my bros, which we need to see if we can get speaking of them, need to see if we can do some dungeons, some abyssal dungeons for reset. Granted, you know, gear wise, like with armor and stuff, the normal tier 3 abyssal isn't it's kind of worthless to do the armor, but it gives you chances at good at least it gives you some chances at decently getting some accessories that are usable. Oh, I need to find a good tier 2 hunting route. Because I have a really good one for tier 3, but I don't have a good one for tier 2. Because tier 3 in Punica, Star Sand Beach is a really good like hunting loop you can do, because there's not a lot of most of the loop you can do is pretty much free of aggressive monsters, and then the only monsters you have are those stupid little crab things that like spit at you like alpacas or llamas. I think it's alpacas that spit, right? So it's pretty good, It's pretty smooth, but I think for tier 2 stuff, I don't think Phaeton or Yorn have a route that doesn't have a lot of things that are just gonna try to like murder you while you're trying to run a hunting route. I also don't know like what's a good route to run in general, because in Punica, not only is the Star Sand Beach route mostly clean of monsters, it's also like has a lot of resource nodes, so you can land a lot of your you'll get a lot of extra hunting spots, because when you get to level 10, if I'm mistaken, or no, I think level 5. I think as soon as like level 5 hunting. No, level 10. Yeah, level 10 hunting, you get it lets you see in hunting and like other resource nodes if there is anything hiding in there, so you can get a lot of stuff from the nodes. And in Punica, there's a lot of like mining nodes on the route also. So you get a lot of extra rabbits. And sometimes the cats are kind of a pain in the ass. I'm not too big of a fan of the cats, because they when they run out, they take 2 hits to kill, while the bunny only takes 1. And then when you hit them the first time, they run really fast. And then if you don't hit them, like basically you'll hit the cat once, it'll glow red, and then it'll start running really quickly. If you don't hit it a second time while it's glowing red and running really quickly, it basically heals itself, and then you have to hit it twice again. So, you know. And then they also, like, again, they run really quickly, and they're kind of erratic if they're too close to the wall, so sometimes you can like miss a lot. Which is why rabbits are superior, and I actually don't know if it's worth like spending time hunting the cats, even if they spawn out of the nodes, because the nice thing about the nodes is when the node spawns a like a rabbit or something, they're kind of dazed, so they're slower, so they're easier to hit with the machete. So, but the cat, you know, he comes out dazed, and then you hit him, and his speed up is still dazed because he's still slowed for a certain amount of time, so it makes it a lot easier to kill it. But I think that like the overworld cats are probably worth skipping, because they start off quick, and and it's pretty good. Well, I mean, it's pretty much it's a pain. It's a pain in the butt to hunt the cats that are and it's pretty good. Learning some of the ins and outs of it. Also, when you get the trap for hunting, in case you're watching, Riv, the trap for hunting and fishing work basically the same. You throw it down, and then you have to wait like 15 minutes, and then it's available for I think like an hour to pick up. You don't have to actually sit there for the whole 15 minutes, but usually I do, just to do it all at once to get it done. But and it doesn't count. The only thing I don't like about it though is that the trap does not count towards the guild weekly. So you have to actually like physically hunt it to make it count for the guild weekly. So, which is a little annoying, because you can complete the guild weekly in like half the time it takes for the trap to activate. But I guess if you're kind of like our guild, where it's kind of small, and or if you're like me, where you kind of, you know, you farm up a lot of meat and stuff for your fusions and eventually cooking, because that's another big thing that'll come later, is consumables. Like, a lot of people right now focused on battle and utility, but later on we have food that you need to eat. If you've played like World of Warcraft, you're pretty, or Final Fantasy 14, you're pretty much, you already kind of know about that kind of stuff, because food buffs are prevalent in both of those. In both of those games for raiding, especially at like the higher end, or for more like organized stuff. But for Lost Ark, there's also food. If I'm not mistaken, the recipe you can find in your stronghold from the one of the permanent vendors, but it takes a lot of stuff to make. Let's see. Yeah, I need to go fishing more. But how much does the meat go for? 16 gold. That's not a lot. That's not a lot at all. The fish market goes for 18 gold. What about wood? 20, 27 gold. Not bad. Not bad. That might be worth looking into. That might be worth looking into indeed. Alright. So Tuki Island, if you're doing it, big brain strat is you just sit in the middle and you wait. You let everybody else handle the first stage. If you stand in the middle, you have a two out of three chance to have the portal spawn closer to you than the people that stand in the area near the marker, because before you fight the Tuki King, the portal spawn in 3 locations, and the one it starts at is random, and then the ones that, the first 2 are random, and then the third one will always spawn on the last point that it hasn't spawned yet. So if it spawns down here, and then the second one spawns here, then the third one will always spawn there, and you can do that in multiple different areas. Or Bard is wasting the credit the easy credit you could get if she had waited. Because another thing is, if you're waiting in the middle and you wait for like the first event to spawn and you leave like the Tukis around you alone, which most people don't because a lot of people have happy trigger fingers. But if you leave the Tukis alone, those Tukis are the ones you have to kill for the Tuki treasures. So you can give yourself some easy like participation in it, but the Bard scared away my Tuki, even though the other like 20 people that ran past would have scared them too. So trigger fingers, leave the Tuki be until they tell you to kill them. Because then that way, you don't ruin my master plans. Oh, we lost the gamble this time. More often than not, it doesn't spawn in that first portal spot for me. Usually it'll spawn in one of the other nodes instead. Today we didn't, we pulled the short end of the stick. So, but this also just means I'm probably just gonna be extra lazy today because the whatchamacalls, basically if the portal, whenever the portal spawns here, I generally just stay here and wait because I just don't care personally. But now everybody else goes and runs off. I stay here, be lazy. Part of me still wants to like oh, she's like in the in-between, yeah. Oh no, she's on her way to heavy armor. Heavy armor 3. I mean, heavy armor's pretty good, but like if she was tier 3, I'd probably be like, yeah, heavy armor's a good thing to take, because if you're aiming for like Argos, heavy armor will help you mitigate the defense gate, because like if you don't have a certain amount of defense, Argos for in any situation, if you try to fight something that's a higher item level requirement than what you have, so like world bosses, Argos, the Oreha dungeons, specifically the normal mode for the Oreha dungeons, because you can do the 1340 dungeon at 1325, but you have to do it in a pre-made. But the heavy armor helps kind of offset the defense problem, so it'll like boost your defense, and it could really help you survive the it's a really good like third engraving to get a level 1 or level 2 of, if you want to try to actually do Argos phases ahead of time in tier 3. I don't know if I would suggest level 3 heavy armor in tier 2, because in tier 2 you never really run into an issue where you have defense problems, because I don't think heavy armor does a lot to help you, unless you're like a bard, because I think bards run heavy armor, but because paladins are generally pretty tanky because they're a warrior class. But even then, I think later on, like, even supports kind of drop heavy armor for PvE. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, heavy armor is pretty good to have, especially when the Rowan comes out, the faction. That's the PvP map. Or if you don't know, there's a continent we'll get in the future that is a faction v faction map that that engravings work on there, and you're gonna want heavy armor because it gives you a lot of survivability. Heavy armor is an engraving worth investing in because it will be useful in the future. But using level 3 right off the bat, especially in tier 2, I think is I think you're kind of crutching yourself a little bit because you kind of want to use tier 1 and tier 2 to really iron out how squishy your class is, because if you can't get a feel for how squishy your class is, it kind of means that you won't really know when you can eat a move from a boss and when you really need to get out of that move. Because part of the thing with like my scrapper is I kind of know, like as I learn the boss, I kind of learn from, you know, from one boss to the next. I take the time to feel how much punishment I can take in certain moves. So like for instance, my chain destruction fist on my scrapper keeps me in place for quite a long time, even with a Galewind rune. So I kind of know more or less what moves from a boss I need to dodge out of and what moves I can just sit there and take it, even with a protection rune, because I also put a protection rune on my chain destruction fist specifically to offset the incoming damage. Because again, unless you have like a stagger or something, chain destruction fist is a matter of when am I going to get hit, not am I going to get hit while using that move, because you stay in place for a long time. And not to mention that you'll never put like higher than a purple Galewind rune on it anytime soon, because we don't have a second. Like for instance, in our version, we can't even get the legendary Galewind rune yet. That comes with the next Guardian raid page, which we probably will get when South Vern comes out, which is it starts with like Garuda. Actually, I don't even know what it's gonna be called in our version. It's the green bird, the green poison bird that you fight in Kadan's story questline. He's the next Guardian raid after Velganis, or however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, until he comes out, that'll be when we first get an opportunity to get the legendary Galewind rune. And if you play Scrapper and you play Shock Training Scrapper, which is the only one that uses Chain Destruction Fist in PvE, you're not gonna put your legendary rune on Chain Destruction Fist. You're gonna put it on Death Rattle, because Death Rattle deals way more damage, and to you it's far more important as a Shock Training Scrapper to get Death Rattle off than it is to get any other ability off on a boss. So I usually just don't use a purple Galewind rune. I just use protection, because even with purple Galewind I still get hit. I think maybe when I get better I'll or maybe with other bosses, I don't know, I'll probably try well actually no, I usually swap to Galewind if I'm running content with a friend of mine that plays support, because I know he'll at least like shield me more often than not. That's always kind of a little issue that I have with but when you try to pug things, you never know if the support is gonna like keep shielding or whatever, which you don't always have to keep shielding as a support. It's just I'm saying that when you run with someone and you kind of, you know, you get a feel for how they play, you know how to use a move like Chain Destruction Fist when you're gonna get when you have shields up, because you know how they play. When you're running with someone you don't know, so when you pug it or you just matchmake or whatever, you you have the you kind of want to be a little safer, so I use a protection rune just in case, because even then the shields are like kind of overlap on each other, and you'll just be even more protected. But yeah, so I mean, I've played with some really good like random paladins who just like anytime they would see me chain destruction fist, they would put their little like angel on my character that gives that gives the damage reduction from getting hit. So, but those guys are generally few and far between. More often than not, you know, few and far between. Not necessarily like, oh, having a good support player is few and far between. To be honest, having any support player for my luck for Guardian raids is few and far between. I usually get like all DPS parties. Earlier in the stream, my scrapper got pretty lucky getting at least one party with a paladin in it for Grexion, because it makes the Grexion's a lot of stuff is definitely ignorable with support in your group, especially if they run the cleanse. So, and with a paladin, usually most paladins run the cleanse tripod on one of their abilities. I don't know which one it is. I think gun lancers also have a team-wide cleanse on one of their abilities. I don't know if they run it though, because I think it competes with something else that they like to use. Man, I don't know if it's me, but it feels like Lost Ark is running kind of weird today. Like, it feels like part of it's kind of like slacking a bit. It could also just be the room. This room, specifically with this map on Chaos Dungeons, always gives me a feeling more often than not that it very weird. It feels like it lags, even though I don't think it is. But yeah, anyway, I'm hoping I can get. I don't think I'll get enough shards on my Deadeye, but I'm hoping I can get. My Deadeye is 980, so he's one entire like honing level, like up, like full up and down, away from being 1,000, which is where I want to park him. So that way, him and all of my I'll probably like park him at 1,000 and then probably push the berserker up, because it takes a lot of shards to get from 1,000 to 1,100, and I think it takes on average 200 harmony shards to get to do that. So I'm just going to get him to 1,000 and then make him sit there and look pretty, and then I think I'll push the berserker up, because I think the berserker will be ready for that sooner, because he's at 170. Actually, the striker is pretty close too, but I think the striker, I'm gonna leave him at 1,000 for quite a bit, because I think he's gonna replace my I think I'm going to have him replace my Berserker as the tier 2 mat generation. Though all of that is only as long as you know, until they tell us what power pass is coming with the classes, with whatever new class they release. Because if it's a tier 3 power pass, then I'm just going to push all my ults to tier 3, just to have everybody in there. If it is a tier 2 power pass, then the Deadeye and the Striker will stay comfy in tier 2, generating materials for the future classes, and then after that I'll probably push them up to tier 3 slowly. I know they'll probably do an event with new classes even if they start them in tier 2 to get them to tier 3 quicker, but I don't know, like for me, by getting them up quicker, like when I say get an alt, like a new class up quick to tier 3, I'm trying to get that new class up to tier 3 in like a day. Like, especially if they give us like a Phaeton power pass, like I want that class tier 3 the same day it comes out, basically, or at least the same day I get it to level 50. Because my overall plan with new classes that I play is I'm going to level them to like level 30-ish. I think 34 is when you get the Solus card from the main quest, and then I power pass them from there up to wherever the power pass is, or I knowledge transfer them. That's what I've been doing with my alt so far. So basically that's what I plan on doing on all the classes, to kind of offset the RNG from card packs for Soulless cards. Part of it is just to get a feel for the class, also to kind of get used to how it goes. I did it with so far I've done it with the Deadeye and the Berserker, where I played them to the Soulless card, and then I powered past the Berserker and I knowledge transferred the Deadeye. To be honest, I'm not too big of a fan of power passes after actually experiencing the difference, because you lose out on a lot of side quests that help kind of that help build your account. Like there's a lot of blue and green engraving books quests that you can't do if you power pass, because in case you don't know, when you power pass a character, it makes it so that it instantly auto completes all of the side quests without giving you any of the rewards, while knowledge transferring keeps your side quest untouched. So there's a lot of like green and blue books for class engravings and battle engravings that you can get if you knowledge transfer that you can't get if you power pass. Especially considering that a lot of people's supply for those like green and blue books was from islands, and islands are generally one-time rewards. I think there's 1 or 2 islands that you can get like a couple books from their side quests, the yellow ones, which most of those are whatchamacallit, but most of those are not one-time quests. Like you can do them over and over again, but usually you'll get like 2 or 3. Like you won't get a whole lot. While and I don't think there's very many of those. But with a new class, especially like, so I personally don't think the Vern Power Pass is worth using. I feel like if you want to do something, like especially as a new player, you're better off like knowledge transferring if you have the 600 gold. Well, if you have more than 600 gold, because that way as a new player you can go back and do those tier 1 quests, which most of them are pre-level 50 quests anyway, with your 302 gear that you'll get from knowledge transferring. And then oh, I didn't kill both of them. Unfortunate. Boom kick to the face. But and then you can like it'll cheapen out in the end like how you build stuff, because the 600 gold you use to power pass or to knowledge transfer your character will pay itself back in the fact that you can guarantee yourself 20 class engraving books, green books, 20 green battle books engravings, and then a decent amount of blues for both class and battle engravings, which all of that will cost you more than the 600 gold it costs to knowledge transfer. In the end, that also means that you have to let the power passes they give us go to waste. So that's kind of more on a per person basis. I personally just don't care to use my second Vern Power Pass after realizing how much you lose out on it. But then again, I have a bit more patience when it comes to stuff like that, because the other caveat is power passes are instantaneous boost, while knowledge transfers you have to wait 8 hours to get for the knowledge transfer to work. Caveat though to that is that you can play the class while it's knowledge transferring. Like you don't have, the knowledge transfer doesn't lock you from playing the class. You can play the class while it's knowledge transferring. So like what I do is, if I know I can sit down for like 4 or 5 hours straight to do the Soulless questing, or really what I do is I will quest up until the siege, the castle siege for Lutera, for pre-level 50 stuff. And then as soon as I finish the castle siege, I go to my stronghold and I start the knowledge transfer, because I know it's going to take me another couple hours to get to the Soulless card. And then that way you can, if you do what I do, which is, get to the Soulless card and then you boost or knowledge transfer, you can save like a couple hours off of your knowledge transfer if you do it that way. But it all comes down to personal preference. So again, I personally, with whenever they release an alt class that I feel like playing, I will level that class to the Solus card, and then once I get the Solus card, I will then use whatever power pass they give us available to then boost that class up to max and then start rolling on them. So hopefully this week we will get some sort of indicator for what we can expect next month. Hopefully, I'm personally not too as optimistic about getting it this week as some other people are. But to be fair, the last time I was on stream and going, oh, they need to say something, they need to put out some sort of message or communication with the group, and they need to do it like this week. You know, they need to do it in the next couple of days or something like that. Was also the same time they released at the end of, like, as I was finishing my stream was when they put out the message from the team newsletter or whatever you want to call it. So who knows, you know. Well, actually, maybe that just proves my point. I need to bitch him out on stream so that way I can magically have something to read at the end of stream for a class roadmap of some sort. Nice. But we'll looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I think right now is probably I know a lot of like the numbers are kind of like people's quote hemorrhaging, but this is kind of just a natural process for any free-to-play MMO. It's not necessarily quote unquote culling the week as some people refer to it, because I've seen some people being like, oh, this is weeding out the week. It's not that. It's free-to-play MMOs usually have this ebb and flow where players, you have a steady base and then players come and go because you know, they usually don't like certain systems in a free-to-play, because a free-to-play game at the end of the day still needs to make money to keep the lights on, so they're going to monetize something. And a lot of players, for whatever reason, they see the term free to play and they automatically assume that the entirety of the game should be free and nobody should be able to spend money to get more, like, farther than them. But if nobody ever spends money on a free-to-play game, then the free-to-play game just closes down, because the free-to-play game still needs to spend money on rent, pay for electricity, pay for the servers, pay their employees. So they need to be money to be coming in, because money's going to be flowing out. So, so free-to-play will always have this ebb and flow of players that will play the game. They'll like it at the beginning, then they'll complain because of like pay-to-win stuff, because, you know, they'll see players getting ahead of them with paying, and then they'll leave, and then when and then when like a new event or a new class comes out, they will come back, try the new class, play with it and whatever, and then they will you know, and then they'll come and go. But in the meantime, you'll have your like regular player base that they'll play the game regardless, and then they'll just keep playing it. So, but I do think that they will lose some of that core group soon here if they don't do like some sort of roadmap for classes, more so than content, because I still think they're focusing a little too much on the content side of things, because yes, Legion raids are your highest player retention, but again, if you can't keep your players' attention before Legion raids come out, then if you can't if your players can't learn how to play the game before Legion raids come out, they're going to quit because the Legion raids are too hard, and you can't nerf the Legion raids. You honestly cannot nerf the Legion raids for NAEU. They've already been nerfed a lot from when they first launched. If you nerf them for NAEU, you're going to lose most of your core community, because a lot of the core community for an MMO, generally, like, it's already kind of designed for Lost Ark. It's already there. A lot of your core community came from Russia, or they played on Korea, somehow, some way. But most of them came from Russia, so they've played a lot of these Legion raids. you dumb down Legion raids. Even if it's the normal version, a lot of that group is gonna leave. They're gonna go play something else. They might not even go to like, they might not even leave to the Russian version. They might just leave. So, you know, they have to give players time to learn the game, build their characters, and then give them Legion raids. Because the reason people enjoy Legion raids is because Legion raids take all the good stuff of the Lost Ark system, from what I understand, and improve upon it. But if players don't know how to do the good stuff for the Lost Ark region, then that good stuff turns into bad stuff, and then they can't clear the raids, and then they just quit because they'll see the whales and the veterans clearing the raids, and they go, oh well, they're only clearing the raids because, you know, they played the game more, and they're only clearing the raids because they bought they swiped with gold, so they have higher item level, even though most raids in this game have some sort of white mechanic that does not give two shits about your item level. But still, people will find any excuse they can get to convince themselves that it's not that they don't know how to play the game. It's that the developers pushed the game out too soon, so then it didn't give them enough time to learn how to play the game. Which, I mean, is, you know, it's playing, you know, too heavily towards the veterans and the whales. On the flip side, you also have a slippery slope, because if you take too long to put any of the like harder content out, a lot of the veterans who played a lot on other regions, and I guess you could say in a way spoiled themselves, they just won't stick around because they'll be bored. But on the flip side, those are probably more likely to quit the game and come back than like newer players. So like those are probably the kind that they'll go to like Russia or something, and they'll be like, we'll play over here until Legion raids come out, stuff like that. So they have I feel like for our version, they're kind of in like a no-win scenario. So we'll have to wait and see. I think the story of the day is patience. You need patience. I feel like there's a lot of good for this game. I think Smilegate specifically needs to come up with more stuff. More stuff in the sense of like communication with players, because I don't feel right now that that they're putting enough effort into connecting with the NAEU community as they do with their own home community. And I think Final Fantasy XIV has proven, without a doubt, with no doubt in anybody's mind, that when a developer takes the time to interesting route choice, Mr. Berserker. When a developer, even a non-English speaking developer, because Yoshi P is Japanese and I think he speaks very, very, very little English, because they have a live translator when they do their live letters. He goes out of his way to, you know, interact with his community overseas, because he knows that well, first of all, I think he just loves like being in contact with like overseas with the overseas crowd. Personally, I think he loves it, which is cool to see. And so for us, it's really cool to see you know, a developer who's not like a native English speaker interact to this degree with, you know, people from other who speak other languages, you know. So it's kind of like, I think if Smilegate really wants to keep the NAEU scene alive, they kind of have to, you know, put in a bit more effort on the communication side of things, for trying to connect with their players. Because right now, I think both them and Amazon are doing a little bit too much of the not putting out enough information, because I think they're trying to I think they feel that if they don't have like a crap ton of news to show, they feel that they can't show anything. And that is the wrong attitude to take. The immensely wrong attitude. Wow, that just ruined my tornado. That's kind of fucking annoying. I hate when like Chromanium gets that last little like meatball off, because it's like really, you got to get that last meatball. So I feel like they kind of really need to step their game up communication-wise, both not just Amazon but also Smilegate with the NAEU players, because like, you know, we had the cool Crown cast thing that they did, but we haven't heard from him since. You know, and I know he's got to do the stuff for Korea, but you know, he kind of gave off the impression that he was kind of going to try to be, you know, pretty communicative with our version of the game. So the fact that we haven't really heard much since then from him personally, I feel is a little worrying. Oh my god, I thought I got out of that in time. But we'll see. I feel like a lot of it's also he's just focused on trying to get stuff done, because he's balancing new content, balance patch, and a whole other region all at the same time. So I feel that he's probably a little overloaded right now and probably doesn't have as much time to worry about something like you know, engaging players while he's trying to like figure out how to the proper way to push the NAEU version forward. So we're kind of just in a wait and see aspect right now. So I think they've done more than enough to show that they deserve our patience, at least. The events, I think, are really good. I know people want the honing things, but I still think that it was probably a somewhat calculated risk that they took to put it in to kind of like bridge a gap between veteran players who've played the game in other regions and newer players who've never played the game before. But I think it might have been a little. I think it might not have been the proper move to do. I think maybe they could have. Well, it was probably the easiest method they thought of, because the only other way they could have bridged that gap would be by putting something in game that was a bit more hand-holding, and at that point you're just going to piss off the veteran players who are like, we already know what we're doing, why do we have to go through this? Or the players like me who we like to look up information. So like, I personally like looking up informations of a game I'm going to play if it's available before the game comes out. So like, you know, I basically studied Max Roll as soon as it was up. I was watching a lot of like St. Tone stream. I was watching basically any stream I could watch from anybody who was playing like in Korea or Russia that I considered, where it felt like they were informative and I could learn a lot from. It's just the way I do things. But the average player doesn't do that. The average player goes into games blind. They don't research things. They don't do whatever, and that's fine. You know, that's a different way to enjoy a game. I have games I like going in blind. Like I'm not playing Elden Ring, but I want to play Elden Ring personally, and I like going into Souls games blind. Like, I like at least trying them out first, and then if I struggle, then I like, you know, looking things up to see like what I can do to be better. Same thing for Monster Hunter. Me, for Monster Hunter games, like, I like watching the official like trailers and stuff for a new Monster Hunter game, but I don't like I like to kind of be fresh when I come into it. I like being I like being able to experience the game myself, see the new stuff, learn about the armor effects like firsthand, and stuff like that. And but there's people that don't, you know. And I mean, Monster Hunter is kind of another one that they don't do a very good job of like teaching a player of how the game works. But I feel like it has such an established multicultural community already for so long that you have easy resources to get to, and it's not that hard to figure it out. That I feel that you don't really have with Lost Ark yet. Because I feel like Lost Ark NAEU, like you have a really, 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 really small core community, which is people that played in like Russia for years, for like a year or two, or like a year or so, because I don't remember how long Russia's been out for. And then like you have a couple of like the Korean players that are playing on the NAEU version, to kind of like help us out and like just to connect with maybe their overseas audience a bit better. But you don't really have like a big core community yet, like, and I feel like that's kind of what's gonna make or break this game, is if they can get that core community going. But we'll see. I'm not 100% sure if it'll actually work out or not, but like the core community aspect of it, I am hoping that the I am hoping that, you know, the community can stay together and people will give the game a chance, because I feel like it's earned itself at least a month or two of trying and working things out. So I know Lost Ark isn't or Amazon with New World left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, but I think this is like I have a feeling this is like a completely different team. But even then, they do have the same problems. Like, I feel like New World's biggest problem was they didn't have a lot of communication. Lost Ark's problem right now is they're really stuck in the planning phase, and when you're stuck in the planning phase, a lot of companies don't want to talk about stuff too early, because they feel that if they do that, if they do change something, it'll reflect poorly on the company, which isn't, you know, isn't wrong. It's true. I think that's one of the big reasons they just completely pulled down the roadmap almost instantaneously, is because they knew they were going to make changes, and they just wanted to pull it down. The problem, though, is, again, I think they're waiting too long to share something. I think that content-wise, again, nobody gives two shits right now. Everybody wants to know about new classes. Everybody's focus right now is new classes, and then like honing stuff. But I think predominantly it's more so the new classes. Oh, they waited. Oh, nice. I wish I had brought a pheromone bomb. But oh, that's the first time I've ever seen him 360 like that. Oh, because he like reset. But we'll see. At least in my book, they've earned themselves some time to make mistakes and get it done. You got fire behind him. Jesus Christ, we need these broken. Oh, should have stayed in there. I could have countered him there. Oh, no. Oh, nice, nice, nice. There we go, baby. And when he does the flops, that's when it really when he flops a lot, like in place like that, that's when you really feel the pain of not having like a support in your group, because when you have a support, those flops don't really do much because you have shields and stuff. But when you don't have a support, you have the caveat where you're just like, well, what do I do? Like, the only real option you have is you know, running away, running for your life. That's all you can do. So it's just like, I think that's the mechanic I hate. Well, the move he does that I hate the most is when he does the flops. Because they're very quick. If your dodge is on cooldown, you're not gonna get out of them fast enough, and they deal a lot of damage for how fast they come out. So it's very punishing for especially if you have like as many melees as we do, because like aside from, you know, like we have an artillerist, but everybody else in this group is melee, so really hurts us a lot when he flops around a lot. But now he's gonna counter when I can, when I just used it to break the stupid thing. Hopefully all of that noise didn't get picked up, because some people don't pay attention that they're not supposed to be making so much noise at this time, but also there's also people that just don't care. So if you've heard any of the door opening and closing, I apologize. Can't tell if I ate that or not. Oh my god. I should have done that from behind, but I'm not gonna, like, I wasn't gonna ruin the golden opportunity of just sitting there for a little bit of extra damage, because I don't have ambush master on the striker, so and it's not as long as you don't have ambush master, it's not that big of a DPS buff for the back attack as it is for if you have ambush master. Because if you have ambush master, that's like a, what is it, like I think it's a 35% like damage buff. So it's kind of a big deal. But without it, without ambush master, kind of just doing damage. Like if you keep trying to like chase the booty, as they would say, you know, chase that boat. Like if you're trying to be like that, the Dark Souls meme of old of "give me that butt," all the time and you don't have like ambush master on and you're a back attack class, unless specifically something does not activate from you hitting a back attack, which I don't think Lost Ark has in this game. They like, cause like for instance, what engraving? Yeah, see they have ambush master. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean Surge just deals a lot of damage, and I don't have ambush master, and I'm running esoteric. I think it was death blow. I might have been able to get some more on that damage wise, but unlike Final Fantasy 14, which I think even Final Fantasy 14 has done away with that. I don't think Lost Ark has a move where it's like if you don't hit from back attack, like if you hit from back attack, you get X buff, like X effect. I think like the back attack, I think literally is only just a percentage increase and a percentage crit rate increase. Which, you know, I mean, again, crit rate's nice, like fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I love me some crit rate, but it doesn't really. Not that one. I'll leave master hit on because right now I have all out attack because I think my stone has it. Yeah, all out attack is garbage on a on a striker, but since I have it, I'll make it work because I'm not. That's not even an ability I should be using anyway. I'm just using it because it has a weak point on it. To be honest, I kind of wish I had like an adrenaline spirit absorption stone because I kind of want to run that on striker. Is spirit absorption adrenaline is really what I want to run on, but you know, you got to work with what RNG gives you, and RNG so far has given me an all-out attack adrenaline rock. So, do it myself. This is like one of the only like Guardian raid maps where I'm like, just throw that flare from the beginning because it sucks if you go in the wrong direction. So, but yeah, so you know, this is my system. I get the annoying Guardian raids, like the real Guardian raids, out of the way, so I have my my normal expectation. And yeah, but he's gonna move, isn't he? If I'm mistaken, if he spawns like away from a target, he's gonna like, yeah, he's invincible. He's leaving. Oh my god, really, Legoros? Fuck you. What I gotta say about that? Where is Chromanium? I'm waiting for this long ass debuff to wear off. I can't see shit. Right. Yeah, just great. Yeah, just reapply it. Exactly what I hate. Like I hate Legoros on these ones because you're managing so much shit, and then he's just over here. Where is that stupid Chromanium? Dude, I don't know what they did with the coding of the buff monster after Calventus. Because after Calventus, it just doesn't want to, like, they take forever to meet up with where you're at. Before Calventus, like, Nacrocena and Chromanium were just constantly, on top of you. And then, like, after Calventus, like, Calventus is, like... Calventus just didn't give a shit about giving you the chance to do the mechanic. Like, you know, pardon my French. But, Romanium and Nacrocena both were very much, you know, they would just stay on top of things. Like, you know, they were there. You know, you were fighting something, they showed up pretty quickly. But then after Calventus, they just don't care. They're just like, nah, I'm good. He didn't even do the animation for getting up. That's actually kind of funny. I really like that ability, to be honest. The Flash Fang Fist? That's actually really cool. I'm just gonna use it now just to see if we can kill him. Get over with. You die like today. So where's Chromanium? He's taking too long to come back. No, he's still not over here. There he is. Oh my god. Legoros, could you like fuck off for like 2 seconds? Oh, he's leaving because we killed the Legoros, so. If we hadn't killed the Legoros, we probably would have been able to just break him again there. Oh yeah, they did go the faster way. But I need to get more, Do I have more destruction bombs? I don't know if I do on this character. I don't. Damn, that was a waste. I thought I could get more destruction bombs, because I thought I had more in my bag, but I could not. What I had is what I got. What I had is what I got. I do know that, so like, I like Flash Fang Fist, to be honest. I like the whole machine gun punch stuff. Like, to me, that's kind of fun. But, but you don't use it on Striker. I think War Dancer uses it. Oh, hello, Arnold. I see you have come to greet me as the actual Apex bear. Wait, what? Oh, Chromanium's here. Wait, is he? Yeah, he's here. I thought he was still downstairs. Where are the boosts? Where are the boosts? Whatever. Let's keep attacking. Get the demos, baby! We're going quick. We're going quick. I think I got a rage proc on that. Holy shit. Fast as fuck. Fast as fuck, baby. Oh, what a hoe. He was like right here and then he left. He's like, no, you guys go away. No, oh, come on. My adrenaline stacks. That sorceress wants to like drop her all on him. Damn. But not bad. That turtle ran. He was like, no, don't kill me, please. I'm sorry. Make my adrenaline stacks fall off. But yeah, I don't know what they did. I feel like, at least when I did it on the first 2 times, on when we had Necrosena and then we had Calventas, whenever you first initiated, they were immediately popping up. Then they did Calventas, who like you literally had to hunt across the map because he just did not give the faintest of shits about what you wanted from him. He was like, yo, I gotta go over here, I gotta go pick up the groceries, I gotta go get a manicure, pedicure, get my hair cut, and it's like, Calventus, could you come over here so I can whoop your ass for some buffs? And he's like, no, 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 son, I got shit to do. He's like, you worry about you, I'll worry about me. And it's just like, it was very frustrating, to me personally, to fight Calventus, because he just, like, it felt like they fucked up the coding there, but now doing Chromanium's like second loop, now Chromanium feels like that. Chromanium will just like show up, and then if he shows up at the wrong time, his programming is designed to make him. Oh wait, what is this? What is this? What is this? What this? Oh, so you can make flares with silver. Interesting. This might be worth. Well, actually, I'd have to see. I don't know if I know there's a stronghold crafting that you can do. Wait, why am I here? I'm trying to. Where's the general merchant? Please, general merchant. Thank you. I need to sell my garbage. My garbage. Sell these too. So, do I have enough? Yeah, I got plenty. So I do know that I don't know, it just feels like, so their programming is designed where if you're not fighting another monster, they try to like leave and teleport to another monster so that you can like break them, get their buffs, and then they leave and do whatever they do. But it feels like something kind of got crossed in the coding somewhere where like Calventus just kind of does whatever he wants, and then he like shows up and then leaves, and then now Chromanium is kind of just doing that. And at the beginning, at least, like he kind of like showed up more consistently after we initiated, but part of it also might have been because of the person who initiated on him before, because again, he's designed to, like, you can tell with the programming, they're designed to go to where the players are fighting, so like other monsters. Because I've had it before where we ran into him first, Chromanium. Like this happened to me yesterday on I think my Berserker, where we ran into Chromanium, like the whole team, and we all just started fighting him, and then he just left. Like he fought us for like about a minute or so, and then he invincibled and left. And since it doesn't show on the map where he goes, because if you flare, it only shows you the other monsters on the map. So like for instance, in this case, it'll show you where Dark Ligoros and Urnil are. You don't know where to go to find Chromanium, because Chromanium is on the map somewhere. Because I don't think when they were doing this, the probable like perfect way to do this would be he has a little pocket dimension he goes towards, and then when you fight something, he then like pops out where you're fighting, and then when he leaves, he goes back to that little pocket dimension. But I don't think they had they coded the maps for that, or anything for that, like to have that sort of like system going. So I think what he does is he pops away, like when he disappears, he goes somewhere else on the map, and then he comes back, and then he goes somewhere else on the map, and then he comes back. So the problem is that I think like when you initiate him on the first time, when he disappears, I think he's going to one of the other monsters, and then when he goes to one of the other monsters, if you choose the wrong monster, like he didn't go to the one that you chose, that's when you have to wait, because that's when I think there's probably like an internal cooldown on that, so that he doesn't just constantly spam that like while you actually are supposed to fight him, so that you can actually get the stuff done. Like I know like what they're trying to do is it's relatively it's a slightly a bit complicated with the timing of showing up and leaving, but it does make it a little annoying. Levinos wasn't that bad. Levinos, at least when I did him, like the 8 times I did him, was pretty consistent and very like he was annoying because all of his abilities as a whole are annoying to deal with, but he at least would show up pretty often. Like, so if so you had a pretty good luck getting him he didn't like elongate the fight, in my opinion, the way like Calventus did, where Calventus literally would just not show up. He would like, he's like, you know what? I like this side of the map because they got like bomb ass French fries on this side of the map, and your side of the map has soggy French fries, and so I don't like your side of the map. And it's just like he by himself with the way he would do things would take like he would add like 3 or 4 minutes to the fight that should have taken like less time. Not to mention that I feel like Calventus is just a poor choice all around because he's probably one of the most mobile Guardian raids, like moveset wise. He just constantly like jumps around. He's constantly jumping backwards. He's constantly jumping up in the air, going down, and charging back and forth.
I'm sure descendants will
Chromanium and Necrosena I think were good choices. Livanos I don't think was a bad choice either. He's got some annoying mechanics, but they really dumb it down, so it's all right. I don't feel like it's too bad. Calventus I feel like they could have just replaced with like a Grexion, personally. Now I think the main reason that Egrexion was not chosen, or you know, like Grexion or was not chosen at all, was because Egrexion, I don't think when they did this event in Korea, because from what I understand, they haven't done this event in Korea for a long time. Like this is an old event that they haven't brought back, from what I understand. They probably, when they did it in Korea, it was probably only tier 2 at the time. Like they probably didn't have tier 3 out yet. So that might be why we have, you know, only tier 1 to tier 2 monsters in the mix. But at the same point, it could be like, well, why not Firefox Yoho? Even because as annoying as Firefox Yoho is, like, I feel like she's less annoying to deal with than Calventus. Personally, when it comes to like mobility, they could have done Firefox. They could have swapped one of the birds for Calventus. I think Alberhastic would have been a decent choice also for a stagger check. They I don't know, they could have done a bunch of different stuff. Alberhastic I think is how it's pronounced. Right, Mr. Weapon Master Spear guy. Where he just like, you know, he does the claws and whatever. Even though I've heard he's really, really easy now with the changes. Even though I did Nightmare Palace yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Where we did Belshazzar. Yeah, I'm still missing his. Am I though? I could have sworn I had his card. I'll have to look at my Deadeye's inventory later. But you're right, I did Nightmare Palace, but the Belshazzar, the second one, dungeon yesterday. You cannot fuck up the light mechanic anymore unless you legitimately don't know how the hell it works. If you had any inkling of how that mechanic works for the light, you literally cannot fuck it up anymore because they give you this big ass cone. You no longer have like a little needle like of light, because like, you know, if you ever did the before the change, you did this needle of light, right? That you had to like thread the needle basically. You don't got no more. You got this big ass beacon of Gondor fucking light. You know, Gondor calls for aid, that you can shine at the person. And then they even got rid of the circle part where before, which I think was kind of dumb. I think like that should have stayed. I feel like they made it too dumbed down when they took out the circle part, where you'd have a circle spawn behind you, as a like one player would have the X, one player would have a circle behind them, and then the other two players would have the cones. And basically the way it worked is the player with the circle stands still, the player with the X runs into the circle, and then the other two, you know, shine the light at the player in the circle. I feel like with making the cone enormous, they should have just kept that, because I feel like that's a level of complexity that was really easy to figure out. Or at least easy to manage once you understood how it worked. And I just don't think it was very it was necessary to take out. But on the other side, I'm not going to complain about making my Nightmare Palace runs like snooze fest easy. So that was pretty good. Now, funnily enough, the hardest part of Nightmare Palace is like, in my opinion, is the bridge where she like tilts the bridge and has the boulders coming down the whole time. Like, to me, that's now the hardest part, because I think most people now understand whirlwind grenades are your best friends, and you're gonna have to get used to them and love them for life. So, because I didn't have any issues with the stagger check from when I did it for the for my Deadeye, and we were a team that did not have a lot of stagger. I think it was like, I think it was me, another Deadeye, I want to say like a Deathblade, and I think a Sorceress.
I'm sure.
Now, like, I don't know how much stagger a Sorceress has, but I know those first three don't have a lot of stagger in their kit. So, you know, so we all used whirlwind grenades, and we didn't have any problem. We aced that the stagger mechanic both times. So even though I think they also reduced how much stagger you need for her stagger mechanic, which is fine by me, because again, I think people kind of forget that. Oh, I need to make a log while I'm waiting. There wasn't a lot of, like, we're missing classes. So like for instance, Destroyer is literally like the stagger Chad class of the game. When Destroyer comes out, there's some stagger checks that he can just do by himself. Like, at most, maybe you need to throw in one stagger ability, but generally, you know, if there's a stagger check and you have a Destroyer and you're just like, yo, could you handle that stagger check? And he's like, just let me fish out my Overwhelm runes, and he puts on like Earth Eater. I've watched some of the Korean streams of like players that they take Destroyer for specifically to just to make it so that other classes don't have to like, they can use other consumables where, you know, they don't have to take like whirlwind grenades or something like that. They could take just like darkness grenades or some other stuff, and he will just sit there, he'll like whirlwind and then just do all of his stuff, and then boom, he's a stagger check done by himself, no problems. GG baby. So that's so I think maybe Nightmare Palace. Well, no, because that wouldn't make sense, because you still wouldn't have like a Destroyer every time. Even though, to be fair, actually, you probably would have, because Destroyer in Tier 1 was overpowered because of his bonk. His identity gauge ability, the bonk master, the bonk Kai, as some people like to jokingly refer to it, dealt off fuck ton of damage. So he was actually kind of broken. So there might have been a Destroyer in every party for Nightmare Palace. That would have been funny. But I mean, aside from that, you still have like Gun Lancers, Berserkers. Gun Lancers and Berserkers do a lot of stagger. Shock Training Scrapper does a lot of stagger. Though you don't generally see a lot of Shock Training in Tier 1, just because, to be honest, she doesn't feel very good until you get Shock Training level 3 and a shit ton of specialization. And by a shit ton, I mean at least like 1,000 plus. Is when she really starts feeling pretty good. Because like at Grexion, I usually, if I don't get like cruel or upright fighter titles, I usually get cruel or upright annihilator, because I do a lot of stagger on the scrapper and shock training that you kind of don't get in taijutsu, because taijutsu has some good taijutsu has like, you take death rattle, which at full shock bar deals high stagger, and then you have continuous push if you take it. If not, you take Earthquake Chain, which I think has like medium stagger. But Continuous Push is a channeling skill that has like medium stagger on every single hit he does, so that's another good stagger ability. But then you have, on Shock Training, you have True Rising Fist, Death Rattle, and Chain Destruction Fist as all as medium to high stagger abilities. And from what I understood, from what I've learned watching some streams recently, is if you have a multi-hitting move that does like, say, medium stagger every time, like as the stagger value, every hit is supposedly, is from what I understand, is medium stagger. Like, so, you know, Chain Destruction Fist is one of the best stagger abilities currently, because because at least if because I don't know, I've only heard one person say it, and I like on stream, and I don't know if it's actually true or not. If that is the case, then Chain Destruction Fist is definitely one of the best stagger. I mean, I guess the best way to test it out would be to pay attention to like a bar on a boss when I use Chain Destruction Fist on him. But because I have a sneaking suspicion that the Chain Destruction Fist stagger comes from the end, more so than the spikes that you're punching out of the ground. So we shall see. All right, so now we're gonna do Naruni Racing. We'll see how it goes. I'd like a W. Oh, mate. I couldn't overlap. He had the immunity. Bob and weave, serpentine, serpentine. That one was close. Okay, that was not as close. No, I wasn't paying attention. That was on me. That was definitely on me. Oh, come on. Alright, that one was not on me. I should have cleared that. I should have cleared that. Stay back there. Be comfortable. Alright, if my mouse could stop, like, double clicking, that'd be fantastic. I got jukes, baby. Oh, I missed out the shield recharge, though. Shit. See, like, you can't tell me that that's not intentional, bruh. Like, there was nothing there, and now we're getting electrocuted for fucking days. Bruh. Oh, he saw that. Oh, that's the corner. I think I could have caught him with that if I hadn't gotten stuck on that little corner pocket. Oh, almost had that. Oh, thanks. You stunned yourself and got me through the fish. Oh. Oh, I should have like stayed closer to the curve. If I stayed closer to the curve, I would have. I think I could have dodged that stun. Yeah, I'm last though, so that's gonna suck. Unless I get like hung up somewhere up here, which I don't think my luck will be that good. Yeah, because nobody got stuck on Argos. Like a lot of times, people get stuck on the Argos phase because of the very quick. If we can't catch up to the last two and at least stop them, then we're not gonna win this. Oh yeah, we're not looking too good at all. Need to at least like slow him down, but that's not gonna be enough. Yeah, we probably lost this one. Yep. Yep. Generally the quick way to tell whether you're gonna lose or not is if you have two of the enemy team behind you, you're gonna win. If you have, if you don't have two of the enemy team behind you, you're gonna lose. Because it's the first, I think it's like 8v8, and so then the first 6 players that cross for a team is the one that wins. So it was really easy to tell there that we weren't winning when you know that. I feel like we could have won that if I hadn't like I kind of messed up a little bit on some of my aims there at the end, and got hung up on spots that I shouldn't have gotten hung up on. So it's I do feel like I probably could have helped win that if I could have just if I got a little better with my stun rocket placement and you know, put it on stuff that and like actually hit things that I should have hit and not miss. But you know, live and learn. How did I get 22? Kind of see it, because this is definitely not the one that I opened 50 of them by accident. Oh, I need to open. I could probably just open all like 30 of those because I'll use them, but I'm frugal. And by frugal I mean I need to go buy like another batch of boxes from Mari's shop for battle items. Actually, I need to open my fever time ones. Because I didn't open those, and those give you 3 of each. I saw someone like complaining on the forums. They're like, fever time is useless. Why are you giving me battle items instead of more honing materials? It's like, bruh. Those battle items, like, that's indirectly saving you gold. Like, because you get, I'm saying you get one, like 5 of each or something like that. From the, from those, fever event chests. So, you know. Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking build. Shit. Oh my god, the bug is still there. I don't know what happened to chat, where sometimes what you type doesn't come out. Like, it doesn't show up. Like, at least like in general chat, it won't show up. Like, even though when I swap tabs, it'll show up just fine. Like, it's just like a visual bug for chat. Like, I hope they fix that, because that's kind of annoying. Because sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. It's not a consistent problem. It is very, uncommon occurrence. That's another stone that I kind of don't want to be running. I don't want to run Ambush Master. Ambush Master is kind of one of the last like DPS engravings I want to be running personally, because it kind of pigeonholes you to do back attacks. So, and I'm still not very good at like keeping myself behind like some of the more mobile bosses. Personally, I would like to run Raid Captain Spirit Absorption on a stone for the Berserker. Well, actually, no, not Spirit Absorption. What was the one I wanted to run? I think it was like... No, yeah, Raid Captain Spirit Absorption is what I want to pair together. No, Raid Captain Awakening is what I wanted. There we go. Alright. Oh my god. Dude, that rock hadn't even hit the ground yet and it knocked me over. They really need to, like, work on that. Like, that's so annoying. Gosh. I don't even have any flares. Unless someone pheromone bombed him? Oh. I thought I had flares because I saw... I really wish that if you ran out of the item, it just, like, took it off of your bar. Until you like, or something, or like just put like a 0 there, or like a straight line through it. Like, having it red doesn't show me anything. Right. Great. I ate the stupid, cannonball coming down. Then I ate a meteor. Like, right after. Okay, cool. I still got all of those. One of the few times he's like done his little prep get out of the like slide move, and I've been able to like hit the I've still been able to hit him with all the with the spikes. Because a lot of times when he does that and I'm charging it, you're kind of just boned. He's gonna eat that. Really? I don't know what is it with people. They just love pointing the fire breath at me when I'm like doing Hellblade. They just love... Oh. The bard sacrificed himself for a safe spot. Wait, is there still another volcano? There is. Yeah, the volcanoes with the... when he... especially when he starts doing a lot of fire breaths back to back, is like, you really gotta destroy the volcanoes, because, if not, they will cover up the whole arena, and then you're just boned. Huh. I just realized that I have a Deadeye called Stark. With 2 R's, though. I wonder if he has the regular Stark with 1 R, saved for Scouter. Because I feel like we're gonna see a lot of Tony Starks with when Scouter comes out, with all sorts of like bootleg letters and shit. Oh, Chromania. Oop. Danger. Tactical. No, 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 no. Bruh. It's so hard to like time when to like dodge out of those when he's when he, you know, you can't see his mouth. Because the indicator is his mouth, really. And I try to like point that away from teammates. I let them have that because I don't do a lot of damage outside of my my window. Get the boofs. Get the slapping. Oh, we're on cooldown. Shit. I forgot that I used it for I had used it for break the tornado or volcano. Trying to come back again, but I had a calling it a tornado when it's obviously a volcano. God. I hate the flop. The flop is so annoying. Mostly because it knocks you over. If it just dealt damage and like knocked you back, I wouldn't really care. But the fact that it knocks you like over and flat and you have to use your flip to get like out of it is really frustrating. Like, I feel like that's kind of overkill personally, because he tends to spam it a lot, like sometimes. So you kind of just don't really get much of an opening to like your dodges. My dodges are constantly just on cooldown for what's engraved is he running? Oh, Max Grudge and Hitmaster. Like I eat those flops because you know you dodge one, you go back in, he flops again, your dodge is still on cooldown. So it's like, how the hell do you like, how do they expect you to handle that? Like, you can't. Like, you're kind of just screwed there. Is this any good? Nah, specialization 105. Cancel all these. Yeah, I got lucky and I'm running, I really want a Raid Captain Awakening Stone. Because I'm running, right now I'm stuck with level 1 Awakening, level 1 Raid Captain, level 1 Ambush Master, specifically because Ambush Master is, on my ability stone. I think I would prioritize, Awakening over like even these two, because Awakening just will keep me in Berserk mode longer. And so level 3 Awakening, like I think it cuts the cooldown in half basically, and you just constantly chain. You know, you get out, you chain, you do your stuff, you get back in, you get out, you chain, you do stuff, you get back in. Because especially it's like, it's now at tier 2, and the amount of specialization I have increases the duration of my burst, my Berserk mode, by like 179%. It's kinda nutty. So, so if I could get, and I think burst mode is like, I don't think it tells me the duration. I think it's close to a minute, like base. I think it's like 30-45 seconds. And so with like 175%, like that's what, almost 2 minutes or something? No, less than that. It's like a minute something. I don't know. It feels like like you're in it for a long time, but then it feels like it takes a long time to get back into it too. So, and I guess I could, like, you know, just play Mayhem. Like I don't like Mayhem, to be honest. First of all, I gotta deal with the ring ding 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 fucking auto attack swings all the time, and then I gotta deal with the crippling anxiety of being so low health for so long that fuck. Because I just don't like having I don't like having my health that low. It gives me anxiety problems. Like you can watch me while I play anything else. Like I get relatively low health wise and anything else, and I'm already pushing the button. It's a death blade. See the flops. You get it? Dodging missiles. Yeah, I'm thinking, but like, I think Berserker is one of the only classes where I've seen the like any move that's multi-hit that has destruction on it, all the hits for it count as destruction. I don't know if it's because of a tripod though. Okay, I still got it off. Yeah, so I think my Fury mode is about like a minute something right now. This is a terrible spot to fight him in, by the way. We're literally like sectioned off by fire. Don't die, sorceress. Yep. I had a feeling that was a bit too tight for a fuck off, dude. Like, seriously, I'm so sick and tired of his fucking flops. Because it's always the fucking berserker that gets the short end of the stick with those. Because you have so much time where you're just like standing in place as a berserker that it's just, you're just gonna get hit by something. It's so annoying. Like, seriously, it's so fucking annoying. Oh, I should have counted that. Get all this damage in. 300, not bad, not bad. I was hoping he would try to flop. I still got him with the spikes. With the tenacity. I think on the next one he should be available for countering. Oh, I missed. That's fine, that's not an ability that needs to hit to do what it needs to do. I missed completely that one. I think I overestimate how much distance the jump from that actually covers sometimes. But sometimes it feels like it covers a lot of distance, and then sometimes you're just like, herder? Oh, door? Thank you. Oh shit, I fucked up. I wasn't ready for being slightly faster on the I was slightly faster on the charge because I had just come off of the chain strike, and my chain strike has a tripod that gives me attack speed when I use it. So it made me miss the Hellblade a little bit. I just a smidge. That Deathblade's really good at using that axle thing for repositioning. But I think that's the move where Deathblade has that move where it's like I think that's that's a Deathblade. Deathblade has that move where it's like it lets them like reposition behind the boss. Shit. So annoying. annoying. See, like, you just have no warning for that flop that he does. Cause like the stomp, like I had a buddy of mine, he's like, man, the stomp doesn't have, like, you don't know when he's gonna do the double stomp. I'm like, you have to run out anyway for the first stomp. So you just run back, see if and then when you have to run out anyway, and then when you run back, you see if he's gonna stomp. If he's, if he starts stomping again, then you leave. If he doesn't stomp again, you just beat his ass. It's not that hard. The flop though, he just immediately does the flop. You could start charging an ability, and he's just gonna flop and knock you out of it. Cause I don't think Strike Wave has a tenacity. I don't think Strike Wave has a tenacity tripod. So it's just like, ooh, I saw a Berserker. Please, is it Mayhem? Is it Mayhem? Cause like a blue Berserker technique is kind of a waste. Kind of. It is Mayhem. Doesn't go for anything though, because blue's books are pretty bloated at the moment. We still get like 26 gold out of it. I'll take whatever gold we can get. I will take whatever gold we can get. Okay, what's on this? Ambush Master, don't care, and don't care. Yeah, because they put up with the shitty specialization domination because it comes with Berserker's technique +2 on there, so that way I can have my level 1 awakening. If I didn't have Berserker's technique 2, I'd be using something else. But I also wouldn't be running awakening, because I don't have an ability stone. My luck with like ability stones to get the skills I need for my builds on them has been pretty shitty recently. So, my dad, I got lucky a couple times in tier 1, and then he went to tier 2, and he hasn't gotten anything good since. Oh. I'm just gonna go this way. Aha! I picked correctly, because I am superior. My spidey senses were tingling. Ringling. Why? No. Yes, come south. I think when you start splitting up is when it starts getting confused. Oh, fuck off. I definitely had that. Getting shut out. Alright, Chromanium. Where are you, Chromanium? Don't take like 3 years to spawn like you have been. Where the hell is this fucking Chromanium? See, this is what I'm talking about. The first 2 days, you didn't have this problem. You weren't going like, where is the monster? You were, the monster showed up, like, on time. Like, you started fighting and the monster was there. I don't know what's happened, that ever since, like, Calventus's rotation, the monsters just take their sweet fucking time to show up now. Like, what the hell? Like, where is Chromanium? Like, why is Chromanium not shown up yet? Like, he should immediately be here as soon as we start fighting, because it really slows down this the fight when he's not here. I wonder if maybe this is why people were like didn't know. Maybe because, like, how would you know that you need to break Chromanium if Chromanium's not even showing up? See, this is a problem when the event is not properly executing itself. Like where is Chromanium? Like, you can't do this event without Chromanium spawning. Chromanium doesn't spawn when you're fighting. You don't get the buffs. Then the fight takes like 3 times longer, and now you're spending like 30 minutes fighting something when you should only take like 2. Whatever, I guess we'll just beat his ass the old-fashioned way, because stupid turtle doesn't want to fucking spawn. Oh great, now he's leaving. Fantastic. Like he probably would have been dead by now if like Chromanium had spawned. This is where this event gets frustrating. When you have this kind of problem, and then you gotta wait. Like you could know how to do every mechanic in the world, and if the mechanic doesn't show up, then you can't do anything. Like what the hell happened that the first like 2 days it was really simple. Well, on some of these fights, it's really, you know, stuff shows up instantly, and then in other fights, like they take like 3 years to show up. Like, also they went that way when they should have just gone this way because we're already over here. But you know, I guess to each their own. Where is Chromanium? I don't know, like this is where I start getting annoyed with like events when they don't properly work. There you are, you stupid turtle. Do your job. Show up and get the ass whooped. See, this is where I start like empathizing with like any frustration players have with this event, because like if the monster doesn't show up, how the hell are you supposed to do it? Right, I'm gonna stop complaining because he's here, but that's something they need to fix. They need to make sure that's like working properly, because like you shouldn't have to well, I mean, like if they're gonna make it where you have to hunt down the turtle, then let the turtle show up with the flare, because this is causing problems. Alright, I said I was gonna shut up and then I didn't shut up about it. Great, Legoros is here. This is where having Legoros on the map sucks, because Legoros is really a pain in the butt in this event when there's multiple monsters, because his whole thing is he's kind of just like a grab. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna ult to get into berserk mode. Because Legoros dead, so he doesn't blind me 30 million times. I like that like little end thing it does where it's like you know, where it's you get the little like twisty effect on the character on the sword when you stab forward. You're just fueling your rage, you're pushing it forward. Alright, so Legoros is dead there. Neither me nor the Gun Lancer were available for the counter on that one? Okay. There goes Ernal's Berserk mode himself. He gets the cool little effects. I don't know, Ernal and Chromanium are probably my two favorite like Guardian raids. They're so cool. Yep, I was about to say, that's a dead turtle. That's a dead turtle. See, you see how fast it goes though when he like pops, when he finally pops up? That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of stuff that, how long does this take? Oh, it doesn't tell you. But that's it should have taken like half the time in my opinion. That turtle needs to be instantly there. I'm too lazy to be running around. I'm having to do. I'm gonna fight you fucking turtle like 20 times a day. Cause all my ults right now are they're stuck in turtle land. I fight Chromanium on my ults. I fight Chromanium in the event. I just can't catch a break. Stupid turtle. Printer strike. Still, I love you, Chromanium. You're the best. Still my favorite, like design wise. Like, you know, Chromanium, I love him. Chromanium, and I kind of wish, I want Ernal to get like a souped up version. Like, there's technically three Helgaias. Really, there's only two Helgaias because there's the Fire and the Frost Helgaia, and then we got the bird one, the third one, which is basically Helgaia, just without the name. We have basically three birds. We get a Grexion, Veritas, a Grexion, so that's two. Necrosena, two. Turtle, there's three. We get the third one on the second tier 3 page. There's an ice variation of them, but even then, there's two. The lion, two. Calventus will have two in the future. He has Calventus now, and then you see his second version in the Naruni Grand Prix, the Lightning Dragon. That's Calventus. That's basically his second model is there. Yeah, basically tier 3, the second page we get is all like the first three are all like reused models, like base models, because you get Garuda, who's the first one, who's basically based off of the Helgaia model. You get Ice Chromanium, who's based off of Chromanium, and then you get Lightning Calventus, and then we get then the fourth one they add is a monkey, is a gorilla, a big gorilla boss dude. They've never reused Ernal, and it makes me sad because I really like Ernal personally. And I feel like that they could make him work. They could do some stuff with him. So I'd like to see, hopefully maybe in like tier 4 in the distant future we can get an Ernal reuse somewhere, please. Smilegate, I'm begging. If they ever open like a feedback thing for like new content, period, not like, you know, like feedback for what I want in NAEU, but just for like, if they ever like give us like a thing where they're like, as a community, they're like, here, we would like to, you know, see what you guys have to say or something. Maybe they do. I could look into that. I would ask for like, first of all, I want a Ernal and a Chromanium pet, and then I want like an Ernal mount, and then I want them to like reuse Ernal as a, you know, make another Guardian raid with Ernal model. And that would be about it. And you know, now if I wanted to, for feedback for like what I would want in NAEU, it would be give me new classes, give me new classes, and then add the dungeon skin system to the game where it's not stupid. As in, who the hell thought it was a good idea to you tell players that if they want to make skins with from like existing models like in the game, not like, you know, store-bought skins, but like, for instance, on my scrapper, I really like the tier 2 armor. It's like, I like it a lot better than the tier 3 armor. Granted, I haven't seen anybody with the like Argos or Chosen sets, so I don't know what those look like for scrapper at least. But the current dungeon armor for martial artists are pretty shitty in comparison to what you got for in tier 1. So if I had the option, I would just go back and make skins of shit. And use the old, like, if they told me that I could use like old material, like for instance, this is what I want from the dungeon skin system, right? I want them to be like, hey, we're adding the skin system to the game and for the dungeons, and in order to use them, you have to go back and run those old dungeons or do them in like the challenge mode version whenever those comes out. And then from there, when you get materials, that's when you then use those materials, like the dungeon material itself, to make the skin. Because in Korea, if you like there's really no reason to make the dungeon skins because they require what's called legendary fabric. If I'm not mistaken, because I was watching Azil's video and it seems that all of the skins that you can make in game, like not just the gacha skins, but like all the skins you can craft in game, require something called legendary material, which can only be obtained from skins that you buy in the shop and then you disenchant them. So, well, skins from the shop. You don't have to actually buy the shop skin for it. You can buy them off of the auction house. But it has to be, you know, a skin from... Basically, someone has to have paid real money for that skin, and then you need to take it and disenchant it to be able to then craft the dungeon armor skin you want. And I think that is a very, very... Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But, you know, I don't think we'll be getting the legendary fabric system out here in the West, because I have a feeling that they so much as even try to tell NAEU players that they need to take a skin they bought with money and dismantle it, they're gonna lose their damn minds. Like, they're just gonna go insane. They're gonna go crazy. Not to mention, it's kind of a bit harsh when you remember the fact that, like, well, I mean, I guess it gives some value to skins that are like, they lose their tradability count, but even then, like, I don't think it helps because of the payons. Like, I would not want to buy a skin that costs payons if I was just going to dismantle it to make like a skin of a dungeon armor in the game. So I'm personally hoping that they give us, for the in-game skins, a better system in the West, and then they give that system to like the Korean players and the like the other regions, because I don't think requiring legendary fabric to make in-game like skin versions of in-game items is very... I just don't feel like that's very consumer friendly, personally. Like, could you imagine if in World of Warcraft they were like, hey, you want to transmog these like classic armor that's been in the game for like all these years? Yeah, you're gonna have to like buy this token. Like, you're gonna have to buy one of our cash shop masks, and then you have to disenchant, and then you have to like disenchant that mask for a special powder that then allows you to, you know, put that skin on your armor. Yeah. Which, I mean, because it's even worse when you realize that the only classes that can wear that dungeon armor is going to be that specific class, because it's not the abyssal armor is from you know, the armor models for the abyssal armors is specifically tied to the class you play, not the archetype. So, you know, you can't take a scrapper you can't take a scrapper's abyssal armor and give it to a war dancer, because they can't wear that armor. So that's even more of an argument against having legendary fabric be needed to make dungeon armor, because at that point you're like, well, I might as well just buy the skins, the shop skins, which is, I feel, the reason they did that. I feel they did it because they wanted to de-incentivize people from using those skins over the shop skins, which I feel is a bit nefarious. That's where I really feel like they kind of need to tone it back a little bit on their pay-to-win stuff. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, they've done some other changes. I don't think we have it yet, but I'm thinking in Korea, they either are planning to, or they've already done it, where they're going to do away with the blue crystal system. So instead of buying stuff with blue crystals, you'll buy it with the straight gold. They'll just convert it to the gold cost. But I don't know how that would work, because the blue crystal cost fluctuates, right? So I do know apparently they're going to give up some revenue with that. So, but the question is how much revenue were they already losing from this blue crystal system? That a lot of times, you know, that I feel like that's one of those gimmicks that like when a company gives away a game for free, right? You go, oh well, you know, they're giving up a lot of money by giving a game away for free, and it's like yes and no, because if they give away the base game for free, and it wasn't already like, and people weren't already buying the base game like continuously, what they do is they basically make more market, right? So like, so you know, like for instance, Epic Game Store gives away games for free. This coming week's free game, one of them is Total War Warhammer. Honestly, game super old. Like if they wanted to give one away for free, they should have done the second one. But what this does is, and I don't know what version of it is. I don't know if it's like just the base game or if it's everything. So I'm not quite sure. I didn't really look at it because I already own Total War Warhammer, so it's kind of whatever in my opinion. If they give it away for free. Let's see, 290 or what's it called on this? 91. Hell, a lot better than that one. But what they do now is any player that was maybe not very interested in Total War Warhammer, kind of interested in Total War Warhammer but didn't buy it because they like playing other games, that kind of stuff, they can now get that game for free. And then it now opens up the market because, you know, most of the players that download it for free won't do anything else. Like they won't, you know, they won't buy like they're not gonna go and all of a sudden buy Total War Warhammer, you know, all of the DLC for Total War Warhammer 1 and then go buy Total War, you know, do that for Total War Warhammer 2 and then buy Total War Warhammer 3. Like most players won't do that, but a decent chunk of players will, like, that will probably open up a new avenue for you know, they might be interested. They might, you know, if like 1,000 players download the free game, and then of those 1,000 players, say 50 of them go on to buy like Total War Warhammer 2, Total War Warhammer 3, maybe some DLCs, you've now made revenue that you wouldn't have made before. And that's the way a lot of these companies kind of try to like foster goodwill without really like paying anything out of pocket, because hold up, I need to go to Punica? I need to go to Punica. Without really like costing them anything, because the game already wasn't making them any more money. And this way, people will buy freebies, or will download freebies, and then you can probably get a couple, like another 1 or 2% of those players hooked, and that's, you know, that's more people paying more for more stuff. So I feel like that was probably one of the maneuvers with Smilegate, and at least, again, I don't know, they haven't done it yet in Korea. I heard it was something that was being, but I'm saying in their winter Loa online event, they had mentioned that they were planning on doing away with the blue crystal system, and even though that was a decent chunk of their revenue. So I personally don't think that the blue crystals were really making them that much money. Like I feel like the percentage they gave us was already the percentage after a steep decline in how much those blue crystals were doing. So they were like, you know what, instead of doubling down on the blue crystals, why don't we just get rid of it, and that way, you know, kind of, you know, do a couple other stuff. Now the caveat to that is I don't know what they're, well, I mean, I may have misunderstood, because it was also like, you know, it's in Korean. Come on, hurry before... the translations were kind of rough, and I don't know if they're still sticking with it, because if there's no blue crystals, how do you buy gold then? Like they have to replace that system with something, because the blue crystal is the gold buying stuff, you know? Like that's how whales buy gold, is they use royal crystals. You know, basically the way blue crystals works, if you don't know, is you are buying someone's blue royal crystals that they bought, and then giving them gold for it, and then you're getting the blue crystal version of that. So that way you can't then turn around and you know, it's a really smart system because the way like what it is you give them the gold, and so then they give you crystals, and you go, well, why don't I get like royal crystals if that's what I'm buying from them? Well, the reason you don't do that is so that you can avoid the Guild Wars 2 problem that I don't know if they have it still. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 since before they started doing expansions. But back when I played Guild Wars 2 a long time ago, like this is like, I want to say like 9 or 10 years ago was the last time I played. Basically, what players would do is you could buy gems in that game for gold, for in-game currency. And what players would do is they would watch the market, and whenever the gem prices dipped really low, they would buy gems, and then when prices went really high, they would then resell the gems. At the time, you know, from what I remember, there wasn't really, like, there wasn't, I don't, well, actually, that might not be 100% accurate, because I think it split the gems based on also. I don't remember. All I know is I've played some games where they had a special currency that you would purchase, and then you could buy gold with that currency from other players in some like other MMOs, and then players would buy that currency when it was really cheap, and then they would wait for it to inflate, and then they would sell all that and make a shit ton of money off of it. And that's what they avoid by doing the blue crystals, because with blue crystals you can't then say buy, for instance, let's look at it right now, as long as it doesn't break my game. The current exchange rate is 435-ish gold for blue crystals, for 95 blue crystals. Before the, I guess, fixing of, banning the bots and people like falling off, and, the event causing map prices to tank, so therefore people didn't have a really big influx of gold, normalize the prices to where they should have been to begin with, and well, sorry, I completely lost train of thought. So basically, before the bot bannings and the Steam stuff, and the prices of items normalizing to where they should have been, blue crystals were almost 1,000 gold for NA East, for 95 blue crystals. It was, I think it capped out at like 900 something gold at its peak from when I personally saw it. Even though when it reached that peak, it quickly went back down to like 880. But now, even at 800, when it was like 800 something, it's half of what it cost. Way like in the third and fourth weeks of this game being out, blue crystals were immensely expensive. But basically, if they had been royal crystals instead, what you could have done was at the very beginning of the game, you could buy 95 blue crystals for like 20 gold. You could buy a lot of blue crystals for very, very little amounts of gold. Mostly because, players only had a very little amount. But like you could easily get like almost 5,000 blue crystals for just 1,000 gold. Which, even as a new player, like I had 1,000 crystals. I had 1,000 gold when crystals are really cheap. I was just really hesitant on spending them, which I kind of don't think was a bad idea, because I have like 5,000-ish blue crystals now. Yeah, I still have 5,082. I buy stuff off of Mari shop for like battle items and stuff. But basically, if those had been royal crystals, the people that would have, you say you spent your initial 1,000 gold that you got from questing and stuff to buy roughly 5,000 blue crystals. It'll be like 4,000 something, but roughly 5,000. Let's say you did that. Then all of a sudden, those blue crystals spiked all the way up, almost overnight. Well, within a couple weeks, to being 95 worth like 800 gold. Well, all of a sudden, if those weren't blue crystals and those are royal crystals that you could resell, you've now literally just multiplied your earnings by 40 times, because from 20 gold it's gone to 800 gold. So, and now you sell those 5,000 crystals for 800 gold, all of a sudden for like 800 gold per like block of 100, because basically the reason it's 95 is because of taxes. It's a tax implemented by the system. But basically, you have you have these windows, and you make a lot of money, and it just goes back and forth, and it's not very healthy for the economy. So that's why you get blue crystals instead of royal crystals when you sell your gold to other players. This is also why I find it a little comical when people complain about whales, because yes, they're going faster than you, but they're also helping you, because you buy blue crystals. With those blue crystals, you turn around and you buy your battle items for pennies on the dollar compared to if you just crafted them yourself. So you're saving time, energy, and money. So it's just like whales are not an unhealthy part of the game, especially in a PvE game. The whales are the ones that, you know, when Argos is still our end game and you're finally in there at 1370, 1385, and they're like 1415, they're the ones that pop up in your party finder to join, and they carry you through like everything because they know what they're doing and they're like geared to the teeth. Because I mean, they're doing it for gold too. You're gonna be like, cool, sweet. Like, I always find it funny. People complain about whales until the whale joins their party and carries them through things, and then they're like, oh, thanks. Like, so it's just kind of I find it kind of comical, especially when you also consider the fact that whales are the reason the game can even keep going, because again, they have to pay bills too. So it's not like I doubt there's been an MMO on the market whose servers have been like free, where they didn't have to pay for the servers, they didn't have to pay their employees, and they didn't have to pay for electricity. So you know, I think not to mention that, especially when especially in a system like what Lost Ark has, where whales buy gold from the community, you know, they don't have they're not going to this little in-game system where they're putting, you know, coins in, and then the system is spitting out gold to them. No, they're buying gold from you. So that means without casual players and free-to-play players who are, you know, buying blue crystals and stuff to buy stuff from Mari's shop and stuff like that, there is no, like, the whales can't whale. Like, they can only whale so much without normal players, at least in our version right now. If I'm mistaken, in KR there are a couple pay-to-win packages that they are timed, or I think they're gated. You can only buy like an X amount a month, I think anywhere from like 1 to 5, but still, you know, those whales buy those and they fucking go through those quick, like running water, and then they go back to buying stuff from players. You know, not to mention that the whale buys gold from you, and then he uses that gold that you just sold him to turn around and buy the materials that you put on the auction house. So, you know, or buy the engraving books you put up on the auction house. Like, it's a healthy ecosystem of give and take. So, oh, I think that's the chosen set for the at the very least. It's yeah, because I think it's the same model. Yeah, it's the chosen set, and it's like a mix of both. But basically, this is what the War Dancer Argos Oreja hard mode armor looks like. I don't like it. I don't like the gloves. The gloves look kind of weird. I haven't seen what the scrapper one looks like.
Whoa, check it out.
To be fair, I don't think I have yet. I think I have yet to see a scrapper who's 1370. Like, personally, there's obviously ones out there. Troy Licious, I think, is definitely over that. Who's the guy who wrote the guide on scrappers in Max Roll? I think there was another scrapper I saw, like, while perusing through Twitch. So I'm not quite sure. But we'll see. Again, I still feel like giving Lost Ark a bit of leeway. So it is what it is. But we'll see. I'm also not above just giving a game a chance and then like stop playing it. Uh, for instance, I did that with Genshin Impact. Personally, I didn't like the way they were doing things, and I gave them a decent amount. I played the game relatively seriously for a couple months, and then I played the game very casually for about a year, because I played up until about around the well, maybe a little bit more than a year. Well, no, like actually no, casually, because I would still play it like you know, once a day or so. I'd log on and do at least some of the meteors, like the daily stuff that you would normally do for Genshin Impact, and then around this last time for like the Lunar Festival stuff, or with like Shenhei and whatever and Yujin, I kept saying that nothing of what I didn't like had been changed really. So I ended up like I finally just called it quits. I just stopped playing the game. Part of that was also because of Lost Ark. Lost Ark filled in that gap. But even then, even before Lost Ark, I really had kind of just I was already on the way out. Same thing with World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, they gave an even longer time to try to play it properly. I gave Shadowlands a pretty hefty try. Like I played a lot when Shadowlands first came out. There was some stuff that they did that was all right. It seemed like they were getting on the right path. So I gave the Shadowlands a pretty hefty try, but then you know, I saw that they started making the same mistakes again, and I just stopped. I quit World of Warcraft. Like I don't even have World of Warcraft installed right now. So it's like you know, this is not my thing anymore. And it's just like so I think people they tie a little too much to the games, where they're like, oh, if I play a game I have to keep playing it. It's like, no, it's okay to play a game for a while, give it a chance to like grow and do things, and then if it doesn't, like, you know, if you've given it the chance and it still doesn't like do what you want it to do, or like go in a direction you think is where it's supposed to go, or that you would enjoy it, then quit. Then it's perfectly fine to quit a game. Quitting games is how that's how you tell developers that you don't like the way they're doing things. So, and sometimes it'll you know, sometimes the games will fix themselves and they'll do changes to make the game better. And but more often than not, those developers tend to stick to their guns, because they think that players will still do whatever, and it's very and then they'll basically kill their own game. And you know, while it's unfortunate for that to happen, like I definitely don't want to see Lost Ark and AEU region have that be a problem. If it happens, it happens, and that's just kind of the way things go. Obviously, as someone who's followed this game since before it even released in Korea, I obviously don't want that to happen. I'm also perfectly I perfectly understand that, you know, it can happen, because their current direction is a little questionable on how to handle things. So we will see how things go. We shall see how things go. It always makes me sad you do some of these like island bosses, and they reduce how much damage you deal to them to like make it you know, give all players enough time, like not just like if they didn't reduce how much damage players dealt to these bosses, like the tier 3 players would just annihilate some of these lower island ones instead. So, but it does make me sad because you do all this work to try to get your your character ready to go, and you know, all geared up, and you're dealing like 1,000,000 damage and stuff on like a Grexion and stuff like that, and then then you come to this adventure island that, you know, you could do since forever ago, and then the game is like, yeah, no, now you deal like 100,000 damage when you peak. Have fun with that, and you're just like, but my deeps, my pretty deeps that I worked so hard for. I'll leave that to them. Basically, she'll just keep spawning those while we're run back and forth. Run back and forth. I was tempted to use my Death Rattle Supernova there, but when I saw people behind me, I knew that there would be no need for it. What is this thing? No idea, but I picked it up anyway. Oh no! No! Oh, I could have reacted out of that. It's just like my nose started to itch, so I was like, scratch the nose. I'm already stunned. Oh, we gotta be careful so we don't reset it. I forgot the trick. There's a trick for scrappers for making your counters come out quickly. And I forgot to do that. If you keep holding down on the like you keep putting your character into motion, it kind of like animation cancels the or at least it's supposed to. There it kind of didn't do it because I was trying to like double smack her. Oh, I think I know what it is. No, I think it only works with like Madman, because Madman like goes whoop, whoop, and then I think it's for if it gets like the reset. That's how it works. I don't know. I was watching a video about it, but he was using it with the tripod that does the double hits instantly. I like using the one with stacks personally, because when you use the Madman, basically I'll use one just for damage whenever I have everything else on cooldown, and then I will save the second one for when I need to try to counter. But basically that's it for the stream. If you made it this far, if you're watching on the VODs on like YouTube or Twitch, I appreciate you for watching this far. Like always, I stream Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central. If there's ever any reason for a cancellation, there's a update panel in my info down under this that I'll update with info, which I need to like erase. We had a pretty good card pack opening. We didn't get too many of. We didn't luck out and get any more legendary packs from the all the card packs we opened, but we did get another King Thyrane, which is great. And then we got one Solus card at least out of all of our uncommon card packs, so I'll take that as a W. But aside from that, it's a you know, it's pretty much been just a regular day. Tuesday, I think tomorrow is gonna be probably more just me like grinding my dailies and stuff. Wednesday, well, actually, no. Tomorrow, Tuesday, I am going to is gonna be Adventure Tome Day. I'm gonna try to finish. I think it's Anika and Arthitine. No, Tortoik. Tomorrow I'm gonna work on Tortoik and Anika's Adventure Tome. Just finish out all their easy stuff. So like get, you know, their monsters, do their dungeons, do the vistas and the hidden stories. And then to get their like masterpieces. And then on Wednesday, depending on what I have planned, I'm gonna try to do that for then Yorn, Phaeton, and Punica. Because those are other ones that I have, you know, they have masterpieces and maps and stuff I want to get. For Phaeton, I got to try to get as close to 70% as I can. Same thing for Punica, I have to try to get, and Yorn, like all of these, I need to try to get them as close to 70% as I can get. Oh, nice masterpiece. So, but yeah, but that's basically it. So, again, appreciate y'all for watching, and I will catch you guys tomorrow.